Greetings and salutations, everyone. Live from the dark side of the moon here in the Blue Cheese Room. This is Oblivion Unchained on the Loophole King channel. Yay! My name is Rick. I'm the Loophole King. I will be your tour guide through what we're going to call reality today. Glad to have everybody here. Yes, this is episode, I believe it's episode 12. We were not here last week due to some scheduling conflicts. Leon, Robert, who plays Leon, was busy taking tests and was doing real life stuff because apparently he still has a life. I don't know about anybody else, but I don't have one. But yeah, we're going to play some D&D. First, a quick shout out to TM the Mark Knight, who is rapidly approaching like 12,000 followers or something at this point. Where's he at, David? We're almost at 500.
Closing in on 600.
Closing on 600 followers on Twitch. So, good for him. Love to give a shout out. Want to give a shout out to Nat30, Nat Awesome, the Tabletop Misfits. Check out our sponsors. We have a new sponsor, DirtyDipsHydrographics.com. Check them out. They do hydro dip graphics. You can get your rig done. You can get your monitors. Basically, he can put whatever kind of graphic you want on pretty much anything that'll hold a image. So yeah, check him out. Raising a nice guy, and as always, Comic Book World at comicbookworld.com. So we're going to get right into it because we want to have some fun today. So, Manam, introduce yourselves.
Hello there, I am Manam Muhammad Salama. I play the what they call him again? Oh God,
Triton.
The Triton. He found out his. My mind is scrambled. I think the things I'm thinking of. So he playing his warlord. He found out he is the right hand for some kind of cult, and they are now searching for him. And he believes now everyone want him now. Like after being very cautious and careful, but
Well, now we know why you were cautious and careful. You were on the lam. You were running, hiding. Robert.
Hello, I'm Robert. I play Leon, the Leonin fighter. Discovered last time that Leon in his previous life was a privateer serving on a ship called the Twilight Rose.
I was downstairs anyways.
He was a sailor or a pirate or something that
downstairs.
still can't swim, but eager to figure out the rest of that story.
have right early.
Sai.
Hi, I'm Sai. I'm playing Echo Hemlock, resident bard and information gatherer.
That's it?
Oh, if anybody wants to know what a reference to that is, please watch last week's episode.
David.
David, I play Dan Reaper. He's the Dan Warlock of a patron that keeps reminding him in his head that the thing that he woke up and found in his pocket is really, really dangerous, and he needs to go and put it back where he found it, and he can't remember where that was. On the plus side, he does now have a closet familiar.
Oh God.
Oh, and a new puppy.
Yeah, new puppy.
Yeah, Dan's menagerie of I don't know really how I feel about Dan's menagerie because I'm a little tempted to not to have any more animals come up to Dan because he keeps turning them into other things. So I'm not exactly sure what Dan's ultimate goal is.
Okay. I'm not gonna give away too much, but there will be more animals. I get my way.
Dan's gonna be a druid. He's gonna be a mighty summoner. This mighty summoner feat. It's like, I want to summon them all. While they're here, can I put them together?
One thing is that I don't currently have a mount I can ride, and I need to amend that.
Well, I don't know. At your
mount.
at your size, can't you just ride Shavareth?
Yeah, for like 20 minutes a day. and then take an hour rest, another 20 minutes.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I mean, that's. But at Shavareth's speed, isn't that like 10 times what you could normally travel with those tiny little feet of yours?
I walk at a perfectly acceptable 30 feet per round. Thank you.
That's what kills me. Is that the Verdana, although the Verdana are really, really small, you still walk faster than dwarves.
Yeah, well, that's because we used to be goblins, so we're very used to running away from dwarves.
Oh, that's helpful. That's helpful. All right, so you guys,
Evolution.
yeah. So you guys are in the Fat Goblin Inn when we last left you, resting.
If I remember correctly, Orient was upstairs, passed out from several swallows of goblin moonshine.
Oh yes, absolutely. Like I'm not gonna. Yeah, no. I'm just saying that your current location is the Fat Goblin Inn.
Yeah.
Your current situation is the fact that Orient has found out that he is now, or was previously, a cultist. You guys have interrogated quite efficiently, I must say. 2 captives of the raid on the village, on the city. Dan is quite adept at scaring the ever-loving bejesus out of people. And Echo has working.
Harnessed that talent.
Yes, is working on becoming the head torturer in the city. It's still torture, even though it's psychological, not physical.
Yeah, but I don't think in these kinds of times they've made that kind of subtle distinction.
No, they didn't. But
So when they turn up at trial and there's not a mark on them,
yes,
it doesn't count.
Oh yes, you're well within the Geneva Convention rules of information gathering.
There we go.
Orient succumbed to the influence of Leon to try some more of the goblin wine because he was just in that kind of mood finally. And unfortunately, he does not have the constitutional wherewithal to drink that much that fast. So he is passed out upstairs in a drunken stupor. Leon tucked him into bed and then went to bed himself because he was tired.
Leon also might have drawn something on his forehead.
But
Yes.
I wasn't going to give that away until Oreo woke up, but that's just. I was hoping he didn't remember. Echo and Dan stayed up for a while, and then they retired. So you guys are going to wake. You guys are waking up in the morning. Orient is still not awake, although it's still early. Echo, you and Dan normally wake up early anyway.
Yeah.
So you guys get up at your normal
We
time.
seem to have had a long rest.
Oh yes. You guys have all had a long rest.
Okay, cool. It's just I used an ability. I just want to get that back officially.
Yes.
I was attacked by a
Okay.
crane.
Well, I as you pointed out, I mean, I'm normally an early riser.
Yeah.
So I'm going to get up and go downstairs and make some breakfast for everybody.
All right. You go down there. Lothgar is snoozing heavily.
It's no problem. I know where everything is, so I'll
Yeah.
um
Why are they giving me some crap? You won't move to that spot.
I'll get a jug of water and a jug of fruit juice, and I'll
There we go.
put something together for Brekkie, for everybody. And then
Sorry, there seems to be some lag on the
on the move.
on the move here. Yeah. I'm going to refresh real quick because it looks like there's a lot of lag for some reason.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm having trouble moving as well.
Yeah, let me.
Yeah, me too.
I'm going to reload this while we wait here. Just look at the nice splash screen. Yay!
I'm going to assume at least two of our traveling party are probably going to wake up a little worse for wear. So I'm going to try and make sure there's some sort of protein shock of some kind for these eggs and mushrooms, or eggs and bacon, or something.
I guess Leon's so hungover he can't walk straight. It's lagging so bad.
Yeah, well, no, I just I reloaded, so give me a second.
It's all good.
Yeah, it's still lagging. It's weird. Let me. So you guys go ahead and continue what you're doing. I will find the. Yeah.
Basically, I'm going to put some breakfast together, and then I'm going to come and sit over at our usual table and have some bread and cheese and fruit or something, and
Yeah, like you normally do.
yeah, just have a nice quiet breakfast. And once Orient gets up, I'd like to sort of take him quietly to one side and have a little chat with him.
Have a little chat with him.
Yeah.
Okay. He is not awake yet.
No, that's fine. I'm not gonna rush him. Once he's slept it all off and wakes up in the morning and starts to feel shit, then I'm gonna feed him some food and take him off to one side and have a little chat with him.
Okay. So you guys are easily eating, waiting for Orient to wake himself up, or are you guys going to eat breakfast and then eventually go get him?
Let him sleep it off. I mean, if it gets to be at noontime, yeah, we'll go wake him up. But go make sure he's still breathing.
Yeah. But I'll put breakfast together for everybody, and
that might be what's causing it. Sorry about that. I put in a new mod that allowed you to move, and then it would move you around things. And I think that's what's causing the problem.
right. Okay. Okay. But yeah, I'm basically gonna just wait for our Brighton friends to join us. And in the meantime, I'm going to sit quietly and enjoy a quiet morning.
We didn't have any immediate
am-
plans for the day, did we?
No, I am going to say to Dan and Leon, guys, I think it might be worth making a trip to Emery.
I agree. I was going to recommend that. I didn't think I'd be able to talk you guys into it. It's such a long trip, but I think that's
No, I to be honest with you, I don't think going back and presenting ourselves to a bunch of bandits who are looking for the things that we're carrying is a good idea. And I think all that's going to end up happening is we're going to end up in conflict with them at some point or another. So best to avoid that.
If there are people who are looking for Orient, and they're going to be violent as they try to pursue him, then us going as far away from here as possible will keep us safe, and hopefully keep other people safe, because they know that he's
I agree.
on the run.
I agree. That was part of my reasoning for going to Emery. The other thing is, I know that your shipping guild or privateers group, or the group that you belonged to before, Leon, I know that you said that they were based in Emery. We might be able to get more answers from Emery.
I don't know that they're based in Emery. I think that's the city of Emery was the last people that employed the Twilight's Rose.
Okay, well, at the very least, that's the last known employer. They may still be employers.
Yeah,
and it might be worth going there to check and find out.
Figure out who hired them. Presumably, I think we're starting to feel all of us were on the Twilight's Rose when it went down. And
I think that's probably very likely.
We can find out
the other thing is
what they were trying to do.
If they were hired from Emery, then chances are their last port of call before sailing to Farpoint might have been Emery. If we go back there, maybe we can get some more clues as to who the rest of us are. I still have no idea, and Dan as well. I don't think has had many clues as to his past life before the crash, before the wreck.
I think maybe on the way there as well. Do we want to stop by the shipwreck again, take another look there? We were all kind of out of it when we woke up there. Now apparently there's another stone.
I think that's. I think it's worth going to explore there to check just in case. I 100% agree with you.
And maybe swing by on the way. I guess once Orient wakes up, we can have a conversation. How do we want to get there? Do we want to walk? Do we want to get a ship? Do we want to find horses? How do we get there?
I agree. But yes, that I just wanted to kind of float that idea out there in the absence of us having anything specific to be doing at the moment.
Well, yes, I'm in agreement.
My only other concern is that we are running low on funds. If we're going to be making a significant journey, it would help if we could find somebody willing to pay us, maybe for a shipment that needs taking to Emery.
I mean, or if we can find Chromash, he owes us money.
I suspect that Chromash has gone to ground somewhere and isn't popping his head up for any time soon. Do we have anybody else in town that we can think of that might be able to find Chromash or get in contact with him in some way or another?
Maybe, unless the Thieves Guild had an interest in him.
I think it's unlikely, given the fact that there's a bounty on Orient's head, and we really didn't part ways in the most friendly of terms last time, that they're likely to be forthcoming with information to help us. Just saying.
So you remember when we first visited his house, it was all messed up. Somebody had tossed it.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know who did that? Was that the Thieves Guild, or was that the people?
We don't know.
Yeah, there's somebody else after.
We don't know. Yeah, Guild. I don't know. I mean, breaking and entering and tossing a place does seem like a kind of thiefy guild activity.
But did it take
especially
it? All the stuff was still there.
True.
You would both notice Dan very, very shiftily, just like pushing his backpack under the table so that the stone egg he stole from the house is kind of weighing on his mind. And it's just like, no, I definitely didn't take anything.
Whatever happened to his diary or his book? Did we end up with that, or did we give it back?
I don't know.
The diary in the office?
Yeah.
No, we didn't. We left it there.
Okay.
I thought Dan had it at some point, and I think you might have given it
Yeah,
back when we met in the other cavern.
The book we found that was written in, I think it was Giant. It was written in. Yeah, I don't remember. It's still on my character sheet, but I'm not sure if that's right or not.
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah, Dan took
Yeah.
it.
Nobody but Dan knows for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dan will like slip that out, sort of set it down, like have a flick through it again, do that sort of like eyes crossed unfocused thing of when he's calling on his eldritch power to be able to read a language that he can't actually read, just like the patron slowly translating the words for him, and just to try to get a general sense of like, it's just notes. He definitely seems to be some kind of a wizard and an arcane practitioner. I don't really know what they were working on. They gave us the briefest overview of this Guardian project, and that there's these big, scary, terrible things they're trying to stop from breaking into the world. But I mean, that could just be a story for all we know.
Yeah, could be.
I agree.
Dan will
I agree.
tap the book and use his new cantrip to seek phrase to look for any instance of the word guardian in the journal.
So as you, yes, it flips to about 3/4 of the way through the book and lands on a phrase that the word is in this small phrase that says, it's like it says, the guardians are the protectors, and in the side it says, are they guarding? Are they protecting us from them, or them from us?
Okay, so it looks like even Chromash doesn't fully understand what's going on, so that may be why he didn't tell us anything. He did seem like the kind of guy who wanted to always keep up a front of being more confident and knowing more than he let on. We should probably see if we can find him, but if we don't, we may have a better chance of finding information elsewhere. We'll just have to keep looking for leads.
How much time
Okay.
do we dedicate to that before leaving for Emory?
Do you want to spend a day doing it, or we could spend the rest of the day, however long we have today to do it, and
Dan
then
will
tomorrow morning.
tap the book again and just start casting the cantrip and look for like words like safe house or hideout or like evacuate, any sort of written reference in the journal that might give us a lead about where Chromash would have gone to when he knew that there were people in the city that might be looking for him.
Let me see here. Would he have put that something in here? Let's find out. Yeah. There is a small notation about purchasing a small building in Emory.
Oh, here. He might be going to Emery too. He'll be ahead of
That
us.
gives us yet another reason to go there. Then.
I'll need to spend more time with the book during the journey. I'll try to get more of a sense of if he has friends there, people he would be staying with, and people we can ask around for, and see if we can track him down as we get there.
But it
Seems
sounds
like
like
a very good idea.
gone. He's no longer in Farside anymore. He's gone.
It does seem that way. I wonder if he knows anything about the Black Sun cultists, the people that attacked the city. Or, what's the name of that god again? Arboria?
Or yeah, Boreas, I think.
If he doesn't know, then it might help if we meet somebody at a temple, maybe? Maybe they would be able to give us more context.
Agreed, but I don't know who else in Farpoint we could ask that might have that kind of information.
I could ask Irving Mike.
Well, he might actually know. If it was an island
Sorted.
temple, he might be familiar with the group there and whether, presumably they still need supplies, right? To have things shipped
Yeah.
into the mainland?
You can't live in isolation on an island, I don't think. But if the city was attacked because they were looking for a point upstairs, the more questions we ask, the more people will know, maybe potentially know where we're going. So we'll be careful with that.
Would it be too much trouble for, maybe we could bring him some rat skewers? And I could try to sneak some orange juice into the mustard. Don't worry about a guy named Scurvy. That's not healthy.
Leon's very excited about the prospect of going back to the rat guy place. And yes, I am aware, and Leon is not aware that he loves eating rats, but he's also allergic to rats.
Shh. We're not going to tell him.
So how long do we let our friends sleep?
I mean, what time is it about now? About 9 in the morning about now? Give him an hour and a half, a couple of hours, something like that. If it gets to about 11 o'clock and he still hasn't surfaced, then we'll go and encourage him to get up.
All right. Well, Leon doesn't want to sit around that long, so he'll get up and just walk around, just doing random things.
It's 9 o'clock. He's still not awake.
Quite happily, sort of leaning back on my chair.
Okay, if you're going to continue to let him sleep,
Give him another hour.
9 o'clock rolls around. He's not up yet.
Maybe somebody should go check on him. Yeah, Leon will walk up and just make sure his chest is still rising and falling.
Don't forget he's got gills. Like, he breathes differently.
What?
He's got gills. He breathes differently. Just make sure, check something's flowing in and out.
Dan will take the pitcher of water that Becca provided for Ruckus and just carry that up behind just in case.
Yeah, that's... I see.
I'm very firmly remaining at the table.
By the way, question: are we still in the foundry? Or are we out because?
No,
for me,
yeah,
like-
it would have been. I re-logged in. I'm still having that issue, and I don't know what is causing the issue. So yes, you guys are fine. You should be back. Yeah, we seem to be having some technical issues on why. I don't know why it's lagging. There shouldn't be any reason why it's lagging. Because,
Yeah, the dice rolls seem like they're going through quickly enough.
yeah, I don't know why the tokens aren't moving.
I can't. I've just got the back screen. I can't see.
Yeah,
anything.
I'm
No, that's cool. I understand it's done for good reasons. I just can't check my dice rolls.
yeah. Like mine, yeah, they just roll fine. Like it seems to be maybe it's the map.
Maybe delete token, get a new one out.
Yeah. NPCs, friends. Nope.
Huh.
It's weird. Okay, there it moves in. Like there's a lag between. There's some sort of lag between. So you try Brutus.
Yeah, it's about 7-8 seconds on my movement.
I know, which is weird. Because there's nothing to do that. I've literally taken off every module that would possibly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He's still not awake at 9:30. You guys. I guess you guys are finally gonna just wake him up on your own.
Yeah. 11:30 comes around. Leon will go up and just start shaking him. Hey, buddy, wake up!
Ah, ah,
Does
ah.
wake up?
Do I wake up from Leon
Yeah.
shaking me?
Yeah. You kind of wake up.
Ah,
It's bright and early at the crack of noon. Time to get your day going.
yeah. Ah. What's the time?
It's about half hour to lunch.
Oh God. How long I will sleep? My body feel all. By the way, while I'm moving my hand in my face, is there anything in my hand?
Mm-mm.
Like while I'm touching my face and oh nothing.
No. You don't
Yeah.
feel anything. There's nothing on you physically.
Yeah, I'll just stand up and give me a minute. Just I will. I
All right, you
will.
get yourself together. We'll be downstairs.
Okay, thank you, Leon.
I brought
And
you
I'll.
some water if you need to rehydrate. And Dan would just like set it down on like the little end table next to the bed, and then close the door behind.
Thank, thank you. And take the water and drink it. I'm starting putting my chain mail. Putting my
Sit down. Sit
going.
down at the table. Have something to eat. It'll make your stomach feel a lot better.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, guys. And start to eat.
And I guess we'll catch him up on the conversation we had earlier.
Sure.
So, if do you believe that place is better to find out? Might get help us to know a little bit our paths, right?
Yeah, I think that's the next step in the kind of the chain we're unraveling is check out the wreck of the ship and then on to Emery.
Yeah.
Before that, I have a question for you guys. While I'm wearing my chain mail, been thinking, are you sure, guys, you wanna walk out with me?
Yeah, why not?
I have bounty in my head, 7,000 gold, Leon. It's
Listen. I wanted to have a little chat with you. We appreciate that over the past 24 hours, you've had to absorb a fair amount of information that could be considered to be a little upsetting. I appreciate that. But you're failing to look on the bright side of all of this. 3.5 weeks ago, you were in a shipwreck and you lost your memory. You have the choice to be who you want to be from now on. You're not beholden to your past in any way. So you can put all this behind you and just walk away from it.
This is the reason I am telling you guys. I can put everything behind me and disappear. And you can
That's
do
what
whatever you want.
we're gonna go. We want to go to Emery and see if we can get some more answers. I think it would be best for you to come with us so that you can find out more, and if there are any issues with people coming after you, we can be around to protect you, and there won't be any civilians that'll get in the way.
Guys, entire city been attacked because of me. Entire city. These cultists is crazy.
Which is why,
because of
yes,
because of their beliefs. They chose that.
I agree. We didn't invite them. We didn't ask them to come here. This is their choice.
Even putting aside the way that we've been traveling together for the past several weeks, how close we've become as friends. We now know that we found an orb that was associated with Echo's necklace, and I've had an orb in my pocket right from the beginning, and now we've learned that you supposedly stole one of these orbs from that temple. That seems to suggest that the people we were before we woke up with no memory might have had a connection and might even have been traveling together. And we can find those answers if we go to Emery and people recognize us there. And if all four of us go, that increases the odds that we do run into somebody who knows one of us. If we leave you behind, we're leaving behind the ability to find people who know you and would recognize you on sight, for good and
I don't know.
They came for you, yeah. But presumably they sent their best, and we knocked them down easily. We're still here. They didn't get you. What else do they got? And they don't know where we're going. So how can they track it?
I can't disappear in the sea. Like I can enter the sea and no one can find me. It's not hard, and I'm not sure if remember. Like I understand that I did something, and I don't believe it is wrong that what I did. I believe it was right that I killed someone, and I'm ready to do it again if that will help people and save life. But what I feel now is not about that, about the dangers, how these people ready to do anything. They're ready to attack entire city for one person. And I believe I feel it's more danger, like I believe you can find your way to get this orb hidden like, without me, and I apologize for rambling to you like that, but I'm anymore. I'm not sure about what I feel. I'm not sure about. I think I saw the destruction they made because one person, and this person doesn't even remember what's going on. Feel
Well,
feel
something
not
happened
right.
to the group of us. I think we're better to figure it out if we're still a group.
And I don't want to make you feel any worse than you clearly already do, but if the group have tracked you down, that means they already know that we've been traveling with you. Even if you go your own separate way, there's no guarantee they won't still come after us and try to use us to find out where you've gone. We're stronger if we stick together. We can have each other's backs.
The Orient will keep silence, thinking.
Okay, so we leaving today, or we want to do things around town? Leave tomorrow.
Personally, there is nothing in town that I need to do or accomplish before we go. But I'm quite happy to wait around and help if there are others that do need things doing.
And Dan mentioned earlier, maybe we need funds. I think there was Scurvy Mike was offering work if we want to do something there, but no clue how long that would take. Presumably, if it's dealing with shipping, that could take a matter of weeks. I mean, do we have enough provisions to get to Emory? Do we have enough money to get there?
I have enough to. If we really, really stretched out the rations for about a month.
We can do some hunting as well on the way.
You don't have to about the ration because I already prepared this one, and you can see the Orient bag like full of ration for all four of us.
Okay. So nobody's got any other business they want to do around town. We might not see shops for a while. Alright. Well then, let's finish up with some lunch and make way to Cliffside.
So is that what you guys are doing?
I have 34 days of ration.
$34 days of rations.
I've got
Yep.
10 days of rations.
That's not last session. Before that, we believe that we might travel somewhere. So Orient think, okay, I have 4 people. We are 4 people.
Oh yeah, that's right. You did go berserk with the.
He's the prepper.
Yes, he is. That is definitely a thing that. So you guys are just heading out to Cliffside on foot.
Yeah, I think the long-term plan is to head to Emory, but we want to stop by the shipwreck site on the way. Yeah, I think we're just walking.
So I'm sorry to ask. Emery, is that the place that first we arrived? Because I lost everything, my memory. I'm searching for my notes. My notes disappeared. I have only one word.
Emory is the place that we, after talking to the dockmaster, that's the last place that employed the ship that we were on when it sank.
Oh, when you talked, yeah, no, I didn't write that one.
And then Dan just discovered that Chrome Ash has property in Emory.
Okay.
Yeah, it's something about the tokens. I don't know what's going on. Sorry. I cannot fix it at this point.
That's fine.
But since you guys are traveling over land,
I was going to say, it looks like we're going to be map traveling anyway, so
Yeah.
you can just move us.
Yeah. So you guys are at Farpoint. You guys can reload and come back in. It should be fine.
Okay.
On the way out of town, I'll ask Echo. Oh, did you need to check in with the guards at all? They were looking for Chromash. We might have some info on where he is. Do you want to try and collect that bounty? Was there a bounty?
No, there wasn't. But they asking about Kromash because they found out his house being wrecked.
And we've got some evidence that he's long gone. That's something we want to share with the guards, or just screw him and leave.
Yeah, just I believe at that moment because we don't know what kind of information because there's some people I believe they searching for Kromash, the bandit, if you remember them. They doesn't like Kromash.
We also have information that Chromash has been growing dangerous plant life in his garden, resulting in the death of a member of this fair city. And that we, as enterprising individuals, could set out to bring him back so that he can be fined by the courts for his careful gardening practices.
Careful gardening practices.
Reckless growing of plants.
I will look to Dana and said, when you have a garden underground, I believe it means it's not anyone to enter it. So I believe it is his own property. He can grow wherever he wants.
But if you really, really wanted to keep something safe, why would you put it in something that's got a door just sitting there that anybody could open?
That's a good point. And that because I have no idea.
Some people don't automatically go through closed doors. Perhaps
No, you.
I know
I know how to.
Exactly. I appreciate that this is a foreign concept to you, but some people who see a closed door just go, "Oh, that's a closed door," and walk on by.
Are you sure? That doesn't seem like a thing. You wonder it, right? It occurs to you that, like, what's behind that door? And you get that itch.
I can genuinely tell you, hand on my little dryad heart, that I do not wander past closed doors and go, "Oh, I wonder what's behind them." 95% of the time.
It must be because you're kind of more closely connected to nature. How do you feel about bridges?
Oh
God. I'm perfectly good with traveling across them, assuming they're not broken.
They are remarkable, aren't they? That you can just cross a stream or a river.
They keep your feet back.
I'm all for engineering.
See, so it makes sense. I'll have to ask people who are from the city if they have the same feelings about doors that I do. I'm sure that's the difference. It's a city versus country problem.
I'm sure that must be it. Yes, I'm convinced that must be exactly what the bridges.
David, have you reloaded?
Yeah, I have. It's still giving me the front page. I'll try refreshing it again.
I see us on Cliffside map.
Yeah. Everybody should be there. I just don't have David yet. Orient, what are you doing?
No, I'm good. I'm there. I'm trying to spend a little bit of time with Orient, just basically sort of momming it and kind of going, "Don't worry, it'll be fine. You can choose. You don't have to be the nasty guy. It'll be fine."
Leon is 61 feet in front of him.
You won't be for long.
I disappear.
I know you did. Because you guys are labeled on this map. You guys are labeled player 1, player 2, player 3, player 4. I would like you to have your appropriate names. So I will drag you all on here. Leon, or Robert, just so you know, I did fix your name on the screen.
Awesome.
Yeah, now it's not going to use your tokens. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Whatever. Yeah, all the technical issues today.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
happened.
so you guys arrive at Cliffside in the next day, right? Because you guys hike. You get to Stillwater. Leon spends the majority of the day trying to find the nearest body of water to this place.
It's a bad name.
You do find a small pond, probably a half a mile away.
Is the water flowing or is it still?
It's still,
There we go.
but it's about a half a mile away, and it's like there's nobody out there except like one old guy fishing. And you have a conversation with him like Leon normally does, and he says he's been here a couple of days, still hasn't caught anything. He doesn't even know if there's fish in this pond, but he's got nothing.
I can help. And Dan's going to take Dada and have him try to shapeshift into a toad and probably end up as some kind of horrible toad hybrid abomination. And hop out into the pond to check and see if there are any fish.
He transforms into a toad, but the toad has one where his back right leg would be. It's a bunny foot from the Owl Mirage. And then his nose is kind of long and pointed like a rat. And then he jumps in the water. He swims around a little bit, and then pops his head up and he goes, I can't breathe under here.
I should be able to because I have my investment at the Chainmaster
Mm-hmm.
to give. Oh no, wait, yeah, it's swimming speed, isn't it? It's not.
Yeah. He can swim. He just can't breathe. You had him turn into a toad. He doesn't breathe underwater. He can only hold his breath for so long, and he's not very good at it. So he's like, he swims for a little bit, pops his head up, and he's like, I can't breathe underwater. Why can't I breathe underwater? I should be able to breathe underwater.
Oh, that's a problem. We're gonna have to find a way to work on that. I'm just gonna scoop him up.
As you start to scoop him up, he's like, wait, that fish thing. Fish, and he turns back into the four-legged fish that you had, that he did before. He's like, this one will work, right?
That one should, I think.
So he leaps off your hand into the water. He swims around some more, and he's like, I can totally breathe. But these legs are not good for swimming. This is, I don't understand. But there are fish down here. Well, I mean, I guess they're fish. Like, they're big and have fins. That's a fish, right?
That sounds like a fish to me.
Okay. Yeah, there's fish.
Just gonna direct him to just take probably like as close to rat form as he can manage, so he can put him back in the cage.
Yeah.
And just this probably quite horrified fisherman and just let him go. There are fish.
Yeah. He looks at the two of you and then at the thing, and he's like, I doubt they'll bite now, but is that your friend there? Or
He my familiar.
you're from? Oh,
He is
okay.
my service in the same way that I am. Oh. Dad's gonna like call out to the voice that sometimes comes in his head. Patron
Yes.
Oh, you are. That is. That's what I do. I do the things that you tell me to, because you help me do the magic stuff. Okay.
Yes.
What was I supposed to be doing again?
Put the orb back.
Oh, right, yeah. Gonna get on that.
By the way, nice job with the dog.
Yeah. He's been pretty effective so far. He's just a big softy, but I think people are scared of him, which has been kind of helpful.
Next time, try killing one of them before you ask the questions of the other one.
I mean, but then if the other one doesn't speak, then we've just limited our options.
You can always bring them back.
That's possible. I could learn to do that.
Yes.
Okay, nice talking to you.
By the way,
As Dan begins to hyper, you just see Dan standing there. He says he's familiar, kind of like, and then he stops, and you see him kind of tilt his head a couple of times, and then all of a sudden he gets this big wide-eyed look, and he starts to hyperventilate again. Echo, you realize that Dan is having another one of his episodes.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of go over and put my sort of get down to his level, so probably sort of go down on one knee and put my arm around him and say, "Are you all right, little buddy?"
I'm okay. I'm just a little bit terrified at the prospects of things that I might be capable of with the power that I still don't entirely have control over. And Dan's gonna instinctively, without even meaning to, summon up his like cloak of fire skulls.
Look, I appreciate that sometimes these things pop out under, moments of high excitement. It might not be a good idea to do that in town if we can possibly avoid it.
I know.
Because the new town. Well, look.
It's scared.
I tell you what. There's this thing that that I've kind of learned. I've been around a while. It's a sort of dryad thing. If something's kind of freaking you out, then you just take a big deep breath in, and then breathe it out, and you breathe in, and you breathe it out, and then you say, "Woosa," and it kind of helps chill you. Give it a whirl.
Rooster? Why? Are chickens particularly calm? I mean, they tend to crow a lot. You think they'd... Rooster. Okay, and Dan just starts like his arms in a sort of flapping wing motion as he's taking deep breaths.
While this is going on, Leon is busy trying to help the guy catch something.
I believe Leon at this point has tied a rope to his javelin and is just throwing it into the water trying to catch fish.
Yes, that's. I thought you were just going to stand on the edge and swing at the water with your glaive, hoping to hit something, but that's.
Oh no, that's ridiculous. That would never work. The javelin with the rope is a much better.
Oh yes, you're much better at this than I am.
You can't see Orient sitting and counting the stuff in the bag and what they need, and see if they like the preparation of their travel.
Yeah.
Make sure they're not short on something.
No, yeah, everything seems in order. Orient rearranges his bag alphabetically, by size. puts it back into his pack, and then decides that it is time for the group to reconvene back at the inn. Leon can come back whenever he's done fishing, of course.
Does Leon catch any fish?
Make a survival check for me at a disadvantage because you're basically harpoon fishing in a pond.
And with a javelin. It does not have a bar.
Yeah.
Can I noticing that at least 2 of my party members are practically on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Can I?
No. Dan is completely in a nervous breakdown. He's not possibly.
I'm going to start trying to play some very calming and soothing music.
Yeah, you can do that.
And let me see what's spelled.
Yeah, while you're observing, Dan is busy trying to shoo away the skulls. As one orbits in front of him, he's like, shoo, kind of waving his hand, and his hand just kind of goes through him. He's like, shoo, go, stop.
Right.
Yeah, just give me a performance check.
Okay, then.
That'll be easier. Ah, yes.
24.
You start to play on your. What is it that you use?
Pan.
Panpipes.
I
Yes.
generally use pan.
Okay, so you start playing on your panpipes, this little tune, and as you come around to the chorus, you get a flash of you, a mental image of you sitting around a campfire doing this in the mountains with some other dryads and naiads and oreads, like, you know, a real big nymph party, basically. But it's not like a party, but like a you know, like a campfire, you know.
Yeah, like a sort of quite a big campfire.
It's quite, you know, it's quite large. There's probably a dozen of you there.
It doesn't. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
But it just kind of flashes in front of you. Like, you can't really get good images of faces or anything, but as you're playing this song, it just kind of flashes across.
Do I get a sense of where these forests or?
No, it's you know, it's a mountainous area. Like, you don't get any, you don't get anything out of it, except that might have been a memory.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll store that for processing later.
Your performance does seem to calm down your party. Leon will eventually get bored and return back. And then the next day, barring any unforeseen circumstances, which doesn't happen, you guys arrive back towards Cliffside, and you notice that the gates have been repaired since you've been here, and there are 2 guards posted on top, and one of them waves down to you, Leon. You recognize him as Ozcaz Silverforge. The holy crap, monkeys! This token is huge. Let me fix this token so it's not as super large as.
They have a
Anybody?
giant.
Yeah,
I was going to say, anybody speak?
There we go. This is the gentleman that was out front that you guys spoke to before. He seems to be. He waves down and goes, "Ah, friends!
Hello, we're back."
I see that. That is wonderful news. Did you have any luck in in Far Side?
Yes, we had lots of luck, both good and bad.
Oh, well, it's just about lunchtime. Would you like to come in here, or what? Or are you just passing through?
What time of day is it? Does it make sense to try to stay the night?
It's like 11 o'clock in the morning. Like you guys got up at your normal time and hiked about 3.5 hours or so. So it's nearing 11 o'clock.
I guess we probably have time for lunch.
And so you guys go. He calls down to one of the guards to open the gates for you. You guys go inside. You see most of the people that were there before, and you notice a couple of newer faces that you didn't see before. One of them being another dwarf, a male this time, and him and your super friend Karn are busy shaving, are working on the cart or wagon or tank, whatever you want to call it. Trying to get the. You notice that they've cut the logs down to a reasonable size, and are working on making them actual wheels.
That's never going to work.
As you say that, the other dwarf turns around and goes, "Of course it'll work. All you have to do is make them a little smaller and then keep the treads on them. You're fine."
Just saying, cart worked perfectly fine the way it was.
Yeah, it was too slow. Needs to be faster.
But it was sturdy.
It's still sturdy.
Yeah, okay.
Look, I put in a strut there and a strut there. And he starts showing you all the improvements he's made. He goes, I'm an actual engineer. That's my job. Karn looks over at you and goes, "Well, you didn't die. So that's good. I thought for sure the little one would be food by now."
Oh, she means me. No, I've been doing remarkably well.
You have.
Yeah,
We got into a few scrapes, but luckily I managed to keep everybody safe.
Okay. What's that? What is that? And she's pointing to. You're familiar. She points at him and goes, "Well, what's that?"
Oh, this is Dada. He's a friend. I found him, and I've been taking care of him. And he's been getting stronger and more capable. You shouldn't underestimate things just because they're small. I would have thought a dwarf would have done that.
Orion will go and will tap his shoulder. Fun fact: 3 of us fall. He's the only person able to stand, and it is really.
Well, good for you, little guy. And don't let that thing in near the storeroom. It looks like it'll eat all our food. He looks
It probably
hungry.
will.
It looks hungry.
Oh, it's okay. We have food of our own.
Oh.
I'll take out some rations.
So how's Cliffside been doing? Any further bandit attacks?
No, we haven't had any bandit attacks, as a matter of fact.
That's good.
Are you guys responsible for that?
Sure.
Well, he invites you into the longhouse where they have a meal ready for the village. Like I said, there's probably only about 30 or 40 people in the village total, counting children and whatnot. So they come in. It's kind of like a family dinner kind where like Thanksgiving, where everybody kind of lines up, gets their food, and then finds a place to sit either inside or outside. Same as it was before. So where are you guys headed to?
Yeah, we're just heading. I don't know if we have a destination.
Oh, just out traveling. Have you found out who you are yet?
I'm known as Fourtooth.
Oh, Fourtooth.
Yeah.
That
The
sounds
sailor.
a sailor. Oh,
Yeah, I
that's
know, right?
that's odd for a Leonin. Just
Not too odd.
okay. What about the rest of you? Anybody else have a found their previous profession yet?
Leon just looks at Orient.
Elliot look, give a stern look to like support it, like don't do it.
I'm fairly sure that music has always been a part of
Oh, well, that's good. That's nice. Yeah, the
I'm really good with animals and with doors, so I might have worked in a stable.
oh, well, that makes perfect sense.
I need a horse. Then I wouldn't have to worry about being able to keep up with everyone, even though I've got shorter legs. I guess we'll need to budget a bit more carefully. if that-
Yeah, while you guys are talking, a older gentleman comes up and goes, taps Dan on the shoulder and goes, "I hear you need a horse."
No, it's we're a little bit strapped for money at the moment.
Well, I don't have a horse. I've got a mule. I'll sell you the mule.
How much?
He said, "Go follow me. See what you think." He takes you out around the back, and there's this mule that looks like it's been hooked to a plow longer than it should have been. Quite old. Still fairly healthy. I just can't feed him anymore. Like there's just not a lot of like he doesn't really pull his he can't really pull the plow anymore and he can't load as much stuff as he used to. But you're a tiny fella. He'd probably carry you around still for a couple of years, easy. I mean, if I don't find somebody to buy him soon, then turn him, have to give him to the knackers.
it. Don't we know somebody who wanted a mount?
Yeah, Dan wants him out. That's who he's talking to. He took Dan around the back.
Dad is just like looking at this mule that's just worn out and tired, and fully recognizing that, like, even though he's tiny, this really, really small, fairly light little guy, if he got up on this thing's back, it would probably collapse. And is instead just thinking about, like, well, they've got all the corn. If I can convince Carl that they shouldn't eat it, they can have a very comfortable retirement. Maybe do a little bit of plowing when necessary, when they're sowing in the springtime. How much would you like?
Kind of looks at you like 20 gold.
Can you go a little bit lower? We're just a little bit strapped for cash at the moment and about to set off on a pretty significant journey. Would you take 18?
He thinks for a second. He's like, "Yes."
Wait. Will Orient will look to this horse and can I make a check that horses will survive one day?
Sure. Give me an animal handling check, please.
Animal handling,
Yes.
not nature. Oh,
No,
that's
no.
the same, but
No. Animal handling.
oh,
Yeah, he's a sturdy guy. Like he's got a couple years left in him. Not hard plowing and hauling, but he should be just fine to serve as a mount. I mean, as long as you're not running for your lives and expect him to sprint anywhere anytime soon. But he'll plod along fairly decently. Mules are not fast to begin with.
Like if he walk, it's no different from he mounting the horse.
Yeah. Well, this isn't a horse. This is a mule.
Sorry, if he walk, it's no different if he's wearing a mule.
Yeah.
Like I will bend down to Dan and tell him, Dan, if you want ride, I think it will make no difference.
Or no. It'll be faster for Dan. Yeah, definitely. If that's what you're asking,
Oh,
it'll be faster for Dan. Yeah. The mule speed is faster than Dan's speed.
oh, okay. So, uh, I will try to haggle with this guy. I will look to him, and I believe he's
He already told Dan he'd
more.
take 18 for him. They have a deal. He said 20. Dan said 18. He said sure.
Oh, Dan, did you say sure?
I made the offer of 18, and the gentleman said that that would be a fair price. I think that's a
Do you
pretty
think it
decent.
is fair? Do you think it is fair price for a mule like that?
I think it's the amount that we've agreed upon, and these people were very kind to us when we woke up.
We
I don't
saved
want
their
to.
life.
I don't want to be like the bandits and just come and
Uh,
say, "What can we take from this village?"
we're gonna
offering
pay. No,
I'm
we're gonna
offering
pay.
a fair price, and
No,
cheaper than the initial request.
I
I was
believe
going to
we
take
can.
15 gold pieces out of his coin pouch and hand them over,
Ec-
and ask him,
Echo,
"Does
Yeah.
Echo.
your
Carry on.
Oshi have a name?"
What, does he have a name? Yeah. Uh, his name is Morris.
Just going to like reach out gently, just like stroke down the nose a little bit.
I'm going to go to Dan and say, as we're trotting along, remind me to explain to you the principles of selling and why and why bartering is always a good idea.
He did
I
barter.
think you barter. I
Yeah.
just didn't barter what.
Are you going to use your speak with animals?
Just to make this sort of formal introduction and just again show some sort of like sweet affection,
Yeah.
and maybe like if there's like apple slices or turnip or anything that's like been at the meal that like would be something that a mule might enjoy. Just gonna go and
Yeah, there's some turnips. Nobody likes turnips. Old lady Sarah always brings turnips because that's what she grows. Nobody eats them. They do take half of the plate and like pocket pieces of them, so it makes it look like people are eating them, so as not to hurt her feelings. But yes, there's plenty of turnip. If you see people walking by the turnip, the little plate with turnips, and people like take one and put it in their pocket and kind of like walk off.
There's just like a pile of turnips behind the log house.
Yeah, it's just. His thing, he goes, "My name is Morris. What's yours?"
We're not 100% certain at the moment, so for now I think I'm going by Dan, but that might change. Would that be confusing? Just call me Dan.
Dan. Dan is fine. So where are we gonna go, Dan?
For the moment, we're going to be, I think, sticking around here for just a little bit longer, but then we're probably heading towards Emery. I have some friends in a nearby settlement, though. Do a lot of the same kind of farming that the people around here do, but they're a slightly bigger village. They were recently attacked, though, so they just need to rebuild a little bit. I was hoping that you would be able to help them with that, but not quite as strenuously as the work you've been doing thus far.
Oh, I pull
I
a
wouldn't leave you
plow
to
really
struggle
good.
with it. So I'll introduce you to my friends, and then you can want to stay with them.
Oh, that's good. Do they have good food? Lots of corn and grain.
They do have corn.
Oh, corn is good. I like the crunchy stuff, not the squishy stuff.
They do have corn.
Okay. He follows you like you don't need to lead him on a lead or anything. He just kind of follows you.
I guess this would be an interesting moment to find out if Dan has like any instinct towards actually like riding on a mount with no saddle, no stirrups.
That's up to you. But lunchtime was over, so what are you guys up to?
I was just gonna generally think, can I just roll animal handling
Yeah.
and just
Yeah, go ahead. You get I'll give you a +2 to it because you do have a rapport with the animal. So an 11.
a little bit bumpy?
Well, you're, without a saddle, it's a little rough. I mean, you understand the basic mechanics of riding a mount. But you are not going to be charging into combat on the back of this thing anytime soon. Like, you can get him to go where you want. Mostly.
So, are we gonna continue our way to?
I guess we'd say our goodbyes and head back onto what we remember to be the ship crash site.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But let us see if this will do what I want it to do.
Leon is currently walking 62 feet in front of the group.
Oh God.
Well, of course, because Leon has to see what he's doing, right? I'll zoom in a little bit here. Wait for everybody to pop up. There you go. You guys are on the beach. You see the shipwreck. Well, what's left of it after the past couple of weeks.
I guess Leon would make no motion going into the water. I'll spend my time working around on the beach for wreckage and anything that's washed up.
Orient, I'll guard your armor. I assume you're not going into the water wearing it.
Yeah, of course. And I'll start removing my armor.
Okay.
I'll guard it.
I'll guard it.
But I will keep my sword with me. So yeah, I'm gonna jump in the
Okay.
water.
So you pile your stuff up, and Echo has a nice calm seat here on the rock to keep an eye out over her party because she's not. Echo, you're getting sand in your boots already.
Yeah, I appreciate this. I will deal with it once I'm fairly certain that the rest of my party haven't done anything really stupid yet.
Well, okay.
What do you mean by yet?
That's.
There are 3 of you out here on your own. Each one of you should be wearing a t-shirt which reads something along the lines of, "It's not my fault, I was left on my own."
Unattended children will be given an espresso and a puppy.
Oh yeah. Heavily sugared.
Do I move my token? I'll need to move it out.
Yeah, you move. I mean, you can start moving your token. You have a swim speed, don't you?
Yeah, I can swim.
No, I mean, do you have a swim speed?
Yeah, it's at 30.
30? Okay. Yeah, so you move fairly decently. The water's much easier to navigate now that there's not a raging storm trying to kill you while you were in it last time. If you remember correctly, last time you were here, it was the seas were rough. They're much more calm now. I mean, you still get the breakers off of the rocks that the ship is left on. It has moved slightly, not considerably amount, considering there hasn't been another big storm to push it around some more. Are you where are you starting to look? Are you starting to look? Once you get into the water.
Yeah, it's like I'm gonna look while I'm
Okay.
like I'll
So I
I'll,
want. So
I'll
we'll.
take my time.
Okay, you take your time. So Dan, what are you doing? You searching the beach as well with Leon?
Yeah, Dan is picking up like seaweed that's like washed up and is trying to sort of like weave it together, just practicing a little bit of his knot tying skills, and gonna try to like weave it into essentially like a friendship bracelet.
Okay. That'll be. What are we gonna call that one? Uh, let's call it sleight of hand. So yeah, you make yourself a nice friendship bracelet. It is appropriately sized for whoever you were making it for. Leon, can you give me 3 perception checks, and Orient, can you give me 3 perception checks?
Perception.
Mm-hmm. Wow, Leon finds some nice shiny rocks and some seashells.
I'm not even that bad at it.
Huh?
I'm not even that bad at it.
I know.
Oh God. Okay, good.
So Orient, when you get to about here, as soon as the token moves, when you get to about there, you do notice that there's a small lockbox in the rubble here. It was probably thrown from the ship when the ship collided. It's very small. It's about the size of a cigar box. So it would have been very easy for you guys to miss it during the storm and in your haste to just like grab what you could and get out.
Yeah, I will go and look to the side and see around me if anything else might take interesting.
Not where you're at. Which way are you heading now?
And I will be this time I will be close because there was like storm and stuff that
Yeah.
last time I did. But
So you're
now
gonna
I'm
spend. You're gonna
stand
spend.
closer.
How long are you spending down here?
Like I think we have no problem like stay more an hour or more than an
as
hour.
long as you need, mate.
Yeah. This time I'm gonna
All right. So
make
make me 3 more perception checks with advantage since you're basically taking your time. Or actually, what's your bonus to your perception skill? 3
perception or investigation. I feel investigation is
perception, because you have
okay.
to find it first. Perception is noticing things in your immediate area. Investigation is for like research, looking things up in a book, finding things on
Oh,
maps and stuff like that.
I have passive perception 13.
You have a passive of 13. Okay.
Yeah. Do I take to take a 3 advantage?
Yeah. You know, three more rolls with advantage.
Okay. 1, 2. This is
Oh yeah, excellent. So now that you're over here, um, uh, over here you find more of the same kind of stuff that you found before, like clothing and the basically boxes. A couple of crates that are full of like various sundries, as it were, like clothes and rope, stuff like that. Things that basically basic inventory for a ship, like stuff that they would
yeah.
keep on hand. You do manage to find over here, in the corner, well, actually, right here inside the ship, as you go through a big hole in the ship, you find you manage to find the captain's quarters. And inside the captain's quarters, you find a chained up box. I mean, the lock is still locked. Like it's got a big chain. It's got a big chain around it.
How big the box?
I mean, it's the size of a regular. It's like 2 foot by 3 foot by 2 foot.
Can I try to first? Can I search for a key? I will pull it out. First, I will search for a key. I believe it is somewhere in the.
As you search around for a key, you find the body of the captain.
Oh, I will look to this captain, what he is and what he look like and what he wearing, what his race and.
Oh.
Like,
so give me a medicine check to see if you can determine his race and stuff, because he's been underwater for several weeks and
okay.
Fish and stuff like the small fleshy parts. He looks like with that. You do notice he's got some scales still attached in some places. It looks like he had a tail. Your best guess is maybe a dragonborn or a lizard folk, some sort of reptilian. You're not quite sure. Like I said, there's not a lot of meat left on the bones, right? Plenty of crabs and stuff around here. He does still have, like, the clothes are still kind of there. And he's got a small pouch that's still attached to what's left of his belt. And there's a cutlass that's in its scabbard on the belt as well.
I will reach for it.
Yeah.
What's inside the pouch?
A couple of looks like there's a couple of gold coins, a locket, and a key.
A locket. It's like the locket medallion, something like that.
Yeah, like a necklace.
Oh, okay. So I will put it in my. I will put it on. I will go and I will try. If I think I am inside the water, I think I can pull this box outside to pull it.
You manage to get it out of the ship, but it's still heavy underwater. Like, this thing's got some. Like, this is not an empty box.
Oh.
This has got some stuff in it. You're probably, if you want to get it all the way to shore, you're probably going to need Leon's help. Like, this is not something you can do by yourself.
Can I pull it a little bit, like near here, here, or somewhere to make Leon come and we pull it with a rope?
Yeah, like I said, you're going to manage to get it off of those rock, get it out of the. You're going to manage to get it out to here onto the rocks, under the water, like to here. But that's about as far as you can move it by yourself. Like, you manage to, like, it takes a lot of effort for you to get it to there.
I will try to open the box, but I will not open it like, no, just I will open. Look what is inside it.
Okay, so you unlock it. The lock comes off, and as you open it, water rushes in to the box. And
what is inside it?
There's a whole bunch of stuff. If you're just peeking in there, it looks like there's some clothes, looks like some shiny stuff. Some papers start to float around.
Shit. Close it again. Oh god, I don't know what to do. Shit. Oh god.
Leon, what are you doing? Well,
Leon's trying to talk to Echo, see if the rock he found is worth anything.
Echo?
Yep. I'll have a look at his rock and see if it's of any value whatsoever.
Nope, but it is shiny and pretty.
I'll say it's shiny and it's pretty and it's worth whatever you want it to be worth. Assuming you can find somebody to buy it off you for that value.
I have added shiny rock to my character sheet.
Okay.
I will give you 1 gold piece for it. And then Dan looks up at Echo like, am I doing it right?
I think I'll hold out for a better deal.
It's about the size of a Reese's cup, to give you an idea of the appropriate size of the rock. Dan, you have made quite a friendship bracelet out of seaweed and appropriate debris. You've even managed to find one of the manta purses. You know what those look like? The manta.
I happen to live in the part of the UK that's about as far from the ocean as you can get, so not much out on
Hey,
beach.
if you think of a small a small rectangle like a pencil holder, one of those little pencil pouches, and they've got little curly things that come off the side of them. They're basically manta egg pouches kind of thing, but you managed to snap off a couple of the little curly pieces to help you form the edge there, and it looks really nice. It's nice and leafy, not as wet as it used to be about 10-15 minutes ago. So I mean, it's drying out fairly nicely. It's a nice sunny day.
Okay, well then, Dan will have left it to dry, and once it's dried out in the sun, we'll just finish off, close the loop, and then go to check on Orient and see if he's finished exploring the shipwreck. Yeah.
Yeah, Orient will be back to the guy that said, Leon! Oh, Fortooth. What do you want me to call you from now on?
Well, we can stick with Leon. Unless
Yeah,
we're
Leon, I need your help.
okay. What with?
There are box inside there, and I need someone with me to pull it out.
In the water.
Yes.
Okay.
So I will look to Leon. So don't worry, I will tie a rope between me and you, so you won't drown no matter what happens. But can you swim?
Of course I can swim.
Can I incite him?
Yeah.
Huh?
Can I incite Leon?
Sure. Yeah, he can swim.
Okay, so I'm gonna tie it. I will give Leon a rope, and tie the end of the rope with me, between me and him.
Okay. Echo, you see the three of your companions. You see Orient talking to. You can hear him say, I won't let you drown, I promise." And you see him tying a rope around Leon's waist, and the two of them look like they're heading back into the water, under Dan's supervision.
Can somebody explain to me what precisely you lot think you're doing?
I am already in the water, pulling Leon in.
Leon's pulling back a little bit, but still walking forward.
Orient said that he found something, a box, but it's really heavy, and so he needs help bringing it out. And so Leon's going to help him.
Why didn't Orient just tie the rope around the box and they pull it up from the shore?
Because you don't have that much rope. Out of character,
Okay.
you guys don't have that much rope. In character, it didn't dawn on them.
Me and Leon will try to.
Leon, I'm going to need an athletics check.
I will support him, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. He's helping. You have a lifeguard. You're fine.
So I'm rolling it, or who's rolling it?
You are.
All right.
You have advantage because, Orient's trying to keep you from drowning. Oh, look at that. Yeah, you swim pretty good. Not underwater, but on the surface.
Right. I hate it though.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You're. So the first half is fairly fine. The second half. Oh, hey, Kaza. Sure. I will stretch. See, and I disappear when I do it. Woo! Because I stood up. Thank you. Gotta remember to stretch. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so the second half, I'm going to need you to make one without advantage.
Okay.
David, jeez. Nice.
I'm just looking to get out of the water as fast as I can.
Yeah, you forgot to take your armor and your glaive off.
I did, yes.
That's what...
He's wearing.
I'm wearing like.
Well, yeah, he's wearing leather armor, so it is like.
No, leather armor gets wet and it starts to constrict. Kaza, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, so you managed to get out there, Leon. The box is under about 10 feet of water. So you'll have to...
the athletics was just swimming. I thought we were pulling the box.
No, that's just to get you out there.
Okay, I'm there.
Thank you. Oh, thanks, Kaz. So yeah, no. Now you guys are Orient is underwater. He's been underwater. He swims faster underwater. You've been frantically swimming against the surf to get out there. Like I said it's about 100 feet or so out, in the ocean. And now it's about 10 feet underwater. What are you doing?
I will take Leon 10 feet, take a breath, I will support you. We're gonna try to pull it as fast as we can.
All right, let's get this over with.
All right.
And
So you guys grab it. You start pulling on it. You guys will make it half your movement, so 15 feet. And then I need an athletics check from both of you. Leon, this one is at disadvantage. Oof.
ooh,
The Triton's slowing me down.
Yeah.
I'm
So
not sure.
so you guys managed to get it about 15 feet. It's like the fish guy just doesn't know how to pull and swim at the same time, Leon.
Yeah, weird.
Hey, I'm trying my best, man. There are a lot of things in my mind.
I'll take you guys pulled it in about another 30 feet, and then I'll need another check, please.
Still disadvantage for me.
Oh God. Oh God. Oh God.
Yes. Hydrate. Thank you.
It's almost like somebody filled this chest with water.
Yes.
Hey, it's been in the water like for 2 weeks. It should be full of water normally.
I was just saying. I'm yelling all this underwater. You probably can't understand.
Leon, you're going to need to come up for a breath.
And Leo drops the chest and goes up for breath.
Oh God.
So Orient, now this thing's sitting on the ground again because you can't hold it.
Like give it
You guys are pulling on either side of this chest, right? So it's like he drops his side, climbs back up. All right. One more check. Leon, you are back at regular.
Okay.
Oh.
Nice.
I'm sick of being in this water.
Yes. So you guys get it to here. When the tokens update. You guys get it to right about there. Dan, you can now see them in the water. Thanks for the hydration, by the way, Kaz.
Okay, Dan is gonna like see that they're almost getting it there and like rush out to help them and like massively overestimate like how deep the water is going to get and get like bowled over by a wave and have to like try to start swimming to get close enough to try to help.
Okay, so I need an athletics check for Dan.
Oh god.
Okay, so you manage to not drown as the wave hits you. Because you just go running out, and as soon as you go, you get about chest deep, and this wave just kind of pulls you over, then you get back out onto the sand dune. Echo. Dan has darted into the water and almost died. And you see him kind of crawl out, a little worse for wear, onto the sand dune. What are you doing? Are you still watching from a safe distance?
Who, me?
Yeah.
God, yeah. I'm on the beach. I'm going absolutely nowhere near the water. And I'm preparing healing word for the first one that bobs to the surface looking blue. Apart from orange.
God.
Might as well just get this ready.
Yep.
Like, Mom's like, the kids are outside playing. I'll go get the Band-Aids and the iodine.
Yeah, pretty much that's exactly what I was thinking.
Okay, so you guys, one more athletics check. Everybody gets advantage because Dan has got his staff out trying to help you. Like, puts it out so Leon or somebody can grab, one of you two can grab a hold of it and try to help pull. So you guys both have advantage. There you go. You too, Dan. Even though you're helping.
Consistently better swimmer.
So Leon doesn't pull this out of your hands. Okay. You're like, Dan sticks it out, Leon jerks it out of your hand, like, and you're like, no, that's not the way it's supposed to go the other way. You're supposed to come to me. So you guys managed to get this onto the dune, and then
once Orion and Leon have the box like up on the shore,
Yeah.
Dan is going to try to like pole vault with his staff from this sandbar that he's sort of been stranded on to like just hop back to shore.
Okay. Acrobatics this time, because this is not just a feat of strength. This is a dexterity kind of thing.
Can Leon give him a push?
You can now. Go ahead. Dan, roll again.
So Dan goes like up vertical and just kind of like falls back on the stick.
Yeah. So Dan runs, plants it, forgets that it's sand, and it sinks about 6 inches into the sand under. So he's not getting quite the trajectory. So he kind of wobbles a minute, almost perpendicular, and then starts to fall back. And as he falls back, Leon puts his hands out, catches him a little bit, and then just shoves him as Dan goes. He teeters back, and then Leon just catapults him back towards the shore. Dan, you still land in the water in the surf, but you're close enough to just kind of scramble up.
Leon, do you want to open it here, or we open it in the shore here?
Are the waves such that it would be a problem to open it here, or are we high enough up on the sandbar?
No, the waves are like splashing. You're on land, technically.
It's up to you. What do you think's in it? Do you want to?
Yeah, let's pull it more. Like we reached this place, so we reached this far. Let's complete it, and we'll pull it more. And this time, because we are near shore, I think it's not hard for us. So
we're to the point where we're just walking like waist deep.
Yeah, you're just in waist deep water.
Yeah, so we'll wrestle it on.
Yeah, you guys muscle it onto the shore.
I think here.
Yeah, you guys are most definitely no, not there. No. Back here, where Leon is. Yeah, you guys are back here.
Yeah.
Dan.
Leon will leave Orient to the chest and just come over here and attempt to take his armor off to get it to start drying.
Yes, it's starting to get a little constricting.
But I'm not able to take my armor off, am I?
Huh?
The eyes, the armor of the eyes.
Oh yeah, no.
So this is Leon discovering for the first time that maybe he can't take his armor off.
Yeah.
Oh god. uh, I
Yeah.
will open the box.
Oh, you're gonna open the box?
Yeah, I am now not inside the water.
Okay. You open a um, uh, waterlogged chest. Inside, as you're sitting there, it still has water in it because it seems to be fairly sealed, right? So as you open it up, the water that you let in is still in there. Um, and you are going to, are you going to rummage through it, or are you just going to start pulling stuff out?
Yeah, I will look what is inside the box. Like,
Oh, well, you see what I told you see, unless you start pulling stuff out.
yeah, then I'm gonna pull the stuff out.
Okay, so you have
See
some
what.
papers that are floating around. You pull out probably about 10 loose pages.
Oh, like it been like ruined.
Well, they're not in great shape considering they're waterlogged now.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try to put them aside and try to empty the box from water if I can.
Yeah, you can tip it up and drain the water out and dump everything out into the sand.
Yeah, yeah. But the paper I will put it in the rock. Like
Okay.
it is not windy, right?
No, not particularly. It's a nice sunny day out.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm gonna put the paper and the rock. Like any stuff, I'm gonna put it in the rock far. Like if this rock is very high from the water, so I'm gonna put it. Like I will remove the stuff inside the box and see what's inside and put it in the rock and like see what is inside it and like what they call it what's the contain of this box and
Yeah.
everything inside it.
So inside your container, you have the 10 loose pages.
Okay.
You find a pouch with 10 gems in it. You find a logbook.
Okay.
Uh, you find um, a circlet, basically like a small tiara looking kind of thing, and another book, which is kind of waterlogged as well. The logbook, both of the logbook and the other book are waterlogged.
Mm. And 10 logbook okay, so 10 gems, logbook, and a book.
A circlet and a pouch with 10 gems in it.
Okay. And I will open the box that I found it before. That it's like cigarettes, like the size of cigarette
Oh,
box.
uh, it doesn't open.
Oh, I will call Dan. Dan,
Yeah, what do you need? And as Dan
Okay.
sort of wanders up and sees like the array of items, his eye is gonna go to the circlet and be like, "Ooh, Echo, you should come take a look at this."
and yeah, the
Oh,
pouch that I found the key. What is inside it?
What, the
With the
pouch?
captain.
There's 3
Yeah,
gold coins and a locket in the key.
okay. I will open the locket. Can I open the locket?
Yeah. Uh,
What is inside it?
there is an engraved picture of a beautiful elf woman.
I will keep the locket with me. I will show it to guys, but before I want them to come. So I will call everyone. Guys, if you like to come here, please. And by the way, Echo. He's out. He's outside. Echo.
Echo just done with us.
Yeah.
Sorry, Echo.
We don't hear you at all, say.
Yeah, Echo.
Yep.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I'm calling.
I'm coming over. So there's a lock. Is the picture inside the locket?
Yes.
Yeah, I will
Okay.
show it to Echo. But Echo, you can come and I will show the stuff. I will show the book, but I will ask the. Let's leave the book and there are two book, one log book and another book. I don't know. There are 10 pages, and let's leave it for now to dry before we read it.
I absolutely. That's fine. What else did you find in the chest apart from the locket and the books?
Yeah, there are 10 gems, and I will
Hmm?
show it to her. And there are circlets.
Okay.
Both the logbook is like a regular logbook. It's like got a lot of leather binding on it, but the pages are soaking wet. The other book is bound in something. You're not sure what it is.
Hey, Echo, that thing you do that makes me not smell, can you do that to make me not wet,
Yes.
please?
And I will spend the next few minutes casting enough prestidigitations to dry off everybody in the party.
Okay.
I'm gonna start wearing my chainmail.
Can
And
you do the books too?
Echo.
I'll happily
You
look
can.
at the books. I mean, but I would suggest leaving them until they've dried out. It might make them easier to read.
Can you press the
Okay.
dictate and dry?
I can
You can
certainly try.
the after you do it the first time, you're like, yeah, it's not going to be as simple as that. Like, give me an Arcana check.
Yeah.
Dan, you can give one too, if you'd like. Echo, yeah, you know that.
22.
Yeah, you know that the prestidigitation will only do so much because mending is the spell that you need. Like
Right,
you
okay,
recall,
so
you don't know the mending spell right now, but you're like as you're thinking about what kind of magic will work, you're like, oh, mending will work. Mending. I don't know that spell. Why do I know that?
Okay.
Like
Okay,
it just you just kind of get that like I know that that's what's supposed to work, but you don't know why you know that. Like your magical ability is
Okay,
kind of
well,
like
I would suggest that we store this. We let this dry out as naturally as possible, overnight or something, and then I'll store it away in the bag of holding, which should keep it as preserved as possible. And perhaps when we find ourselves the next in some piece of civilization, we can see if we can find a wizard who knows mending to repair it. I'm
Can-
pretty
Okay.
sure mending will work.
Can I take a quick look at the logbook before we put it away?
yeah, it's soaked.
Is there anything legible, anything on the cover, the first page?
Yeah, as you open it, it just says it's the logbook of the ship.
Do we have the ship's title? Can we confirm it's the Twilight Rose?
Yeah, it's the logbook of Captain Rutgar of the Twilight Rose.
Okay. That's all. I just wanted to confirm this was
Yeah.
that ship.
Dan, can you open that book? This box. I will go down to Dan level and show him this small box like a cigarette box and.
Dan like goes to take his D's tools and then just like pauses for a moment and has like a flash of memory of Leon opening a chest and becoming paralyzed. It's just like we're fairly sure this thing's not going to do anything nasty, aren't we?
I will give a look. Let's pray not, but we need to know what's
Let's
inside.
let's pray not. Like, I hope it doesn't hurt you. But it
can
might.
force that thing open. You want me to open?
No, no, we don't need force. I will, and I will give it a look that.
Oh. Yeah. Dan, there's no discernible lock on this. Like, there's not like a lock to pick. As you start messing with it, your time messing with your rune orb lets you understand that this is a puzzle box. Like, where there's little Chinese puzzle boxes where you have to slide the pieces back and forth to get it to open. And it takes you about 5 minutes or so to like unlock this. This is very complicated. And when you open it, there is a stone rune inside.
So is this just a rune similar to the sort of runes on the rocks when we went to the sort of mountain guardians
Yes.
there? And because I've got Eyes of the Rune Keeper, do I know what rune it is?
Yes. Let me make sure that I give you the right one. This would be. This represents the elemental plane of air.
It's a runestone. For I can't think what the name of that one is now. It's sort of like how you're associated with water, Orient,
Yeah.
and Echo is kind of connected to the earth. This one would be for things that are connected to the air. I guess maybe this would be the sort of thing that would be handy to have on a sailing ship. You can use to harness the power of the winds to sail. So
I agree. That would be.
and Dan will like offer it out to Leon because like this was the ship that he's left.
Does that let you know if it's magical or not?
No, I can read the writing.
You can just read the writing, but you have no context.
I have no context for if this is magical or not.
Yeah. Okay.
So Dan offers the box over to me.
Yeah, with the little runestone inside.
Yeah, it's a cushioned interior, right? Like it's got the plush velvet interior. This rune sits very nicely inside. Like,
All right. Leon grabs the box and picks the runestone up to take a look at both sides of it.
on the front side is the rune. On the back side, it's got 4 small grooves in it, like it would fit on something.
Not recognizing any of this, Leon.
No, not at the moment. No.
It's not ringing any bells for me.
No. This doesn't. This is something you have. It doesn't appear something that you've seen or the captain mentioned to you.
Okay.
At the moment.
I'll show it around. It looks like this fits onto something, so maybe keep that in mind. Yeah.
So yeah, about the 10, there are 10 gems.
Yes.
Here. And is that like
the rock I found? I found another one.
it's different, Leon?
Okay.
Like
Orient, it's shiny.
Yes?
Let it go.
okay. I apologize. I meant that. Okay. So
Dan's just going to turn a very sort of steely gaze on Leon as he's showing the shiny rock. 1 gold and 5 silver. That's my final offer. 2 gold.
Go.
I will turn to Echo. What are they doing, Echo? Why are they writing that? This...
I believe that he's attempting to practice negotiation. I think he hasn't quite got the hang of it yet.
You need to know what's the valuable thing. Like, that is stone. It's rock stone?
No, Orient, this is coming from somebody who understands a little bit about the sales process. Something is as valuable as somebody else is prepared to pay for it. And if you can convince them that they really want it, trust me, they'll pay a lot of money for it, regardless of the value of the object.
So so the pouch that Orient had the key, had
Can't
the
wait
lock.
for Echo to start getting people to pay to wash a fence.
Um,
I'm working on it.
yeah, there are the three gold coins.
Three gold, right?
There's
Yeah,
three.
stick them in the party fund, or
There's-
give them to give them to Orient. Orient will repay.
Is anybody looking at them?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah,
I will.
examine
Yeah,
them.
Yeah.
I will show Echo the lock, and the gold and the circlet. The circlet, it is like it's like bracelets.
No.
Like,
It's like a headband. It's like a
headband, like.
yeah, like
Okay.
So Echo, as you're looking at these three gold coins, they are not the same kind of gold coins that you have.
Okay, are they about the same size and weight?
No, they're slightly smaller in diameter, and have a different picture stamped on both sides.
Okay, but is the weight of the two coins approximately similar?
No.
One is lighter than the other.
Yes, the smaller one is lighter.
Okay.
But the one that you have, the gold coins that you guys have been spending don't have anything stamped on them. Like it's not minted gold.
Right,
what I'm
okay.
saying. This is a minted coin.
Okay.
Um,
Well,
this-
these coins I suggest we keep and find out where they come from. And I've shown
on the front on the front side is the picture. On the front side is the side view of a middle-aged man in a helm. And the name underneath. Dan, you could read it. It's in a language you don't recognize, except Dan can read everything. So if you show it to Dan, Dan will be able to tell you what it says.
I understand the literal meaning of whatever text I come across.
Yes. It says Lord Vicarion of the Empire. And on the other side is the looks like a his symbol was the sword and shield, right, David?
I'm trying to think actually what that symbol of the Empire was. I would
Um,
need to double check the primer because it's not immediately coming
yeah,
to me.
yeah.
But yeah.
Whatever the Empire's. This is the Empire coin from the beginning. So this is one of the first minted coins that they used from the Empire. So whatever that symbol is, I don't have it off the top of my head. I thought it was the sword and shield, but I wouldn't swear to it. But that's what those three are. None of you recognize the name, but apparently, like, it's written underneath him. Like, it's his name. So Dan can tell you, well, that's his name. That's who that is. You guys don't know who.
Let me bite it. Let me make sure it's real gold.
Yeah, it's real gold.
I will turn to Echo and give it to her. You can put it in the bag of holding. And I found this lock. I will
The locket?
intend to keep it.
Yeah.
I intend to keep it, just to make. If I found this female elf, if we might met her anytime in our travel.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous female elf. Echo, you can recognize that she is a high elf. Like, the features
Okay.
are the features are distinguishable. You're like, oh, she's a high elf, and you're like, why do I know the difference? Like, and you start to get that feeling like, you know, more about elves.
Right. Okay. Perhaps I've been in an elven community or lived amongst the elves for a period of time. Interesting.
Do you wanna keep it?
I-
You might mate her.
For the
Mate
time,
her.
well, for the time being, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it into the bag of holding, so it's safe.
Okay.
I'm not going to. I'm not going to wear it. Not my style. But it will be useful to keep as a reference point.
Okay.
So is Leon holding on to the puzzle box in the wind room?
Yes,
Yeah,
I
all right,
believe
I'll
so.
head away.
And I will give a last look. Like the box is empty now, right?
Yeah, it appears to be.
Can I give a last check before I leave it?
Sure, give me an investigation check.
Okay.
As you're searching around, it does have a false bottom.
Oh. I will remove the false bottom.
Um, it has a false bottom, you can tell. But this is probably something that Dan should probably take care of because you tried to pull on it. Like it doesn't just pull right off. Like you're like,
Okay.
like you're trying to just pull it off and it's not working.
Dan, my friend, there. Can you look to this one? It is false.
Um,
Stan's like fiddling around with his thieves' tools, trying to like get this little hook to like latch in and try to grip it, and then just starts getting frustrated and is just trying to like pry it up with his claws.
Leon sees him trying to pull it up, and I'll step over and take a rip at it.
Oh God.
okay, go ahead.
Athletics,
Strength.
strength.
Yeah. Yeah, so as Dan is busy, like, got your little wedge in there, Leon managed to stick a couple of claws into that space and just kind of manhandles this thing open. And I
I love
need...
the idea that he just like turns the box on its side and then just gives like 2 solid thumps on the side and it just drops.
It does the Fonz thing where he just walks up and goes, you know, blows on his blows on his thing. It's like, and it just pops right over. No, he comes over and he kind of manhandles up. And I need Orient, Dan, and Leon to make dexterity saving throws, please.
Where's Then this is new shit. I don't know what this dexterity save. Give me a second. Yep, I don't know what it is.
On your character sheet, mate.
Ah, okay, here. Oh God. Wow.
Wow, you guys, 3, 4, 5.
Echo, you were justified in everything you just thought of.
Yep. I'll hang back and wait and see exactly who's badly damaged and.
Everybody takes 6 points of damage as Leon rips this open, and a number of small darts, just like a little cloud of small dart needles, come shooting out of this thing and hits each of you.
Oh, of course.
You each get hit by 4 darts, and you each take 6 points of piercing damage.
See, that was easy.
That hurts. Yeah.
Echo, there were a lot more darts. Had they not had it on its side and been like right close to it to where they kind of absorbed it, it probably would have affected like a 10-foot radius.
Ow. And I will look what Leon rip off, like what is inside itself.
There's a dagger.
Dan is like going, ow, 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 like pulling darts out of himself, like hopping about doing a little bit of the chicken dance, and then like steps his foot directly down on a sea urchin.
I'm going to. I'm going
Does that speak with animals work all the time?
No, it's I can cast it
At
whenever,
will,
but I do
whenever.
have to actually
Yeah.
like
Oh,
activate it.
okay. So you step on the sea urchin. Orient, you hear, ow, get off me.
I'm the one who heard that.
Yes, you heard that. Ow, get off me.
I will like look.
You see the
Dan,
sea urchin that Dan was standing on.
Dan, you step to this creature that talk to me, and I will like tackle Dan and put him in a side. You okay, Dan? You need help?
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, I know, Leon. We're not doing good.
I'm going to go over to Dan, and I will cast Healing Word at first level on Dan.
We have used that opportunity to pull the last dart out of Dan's chest.
And not subtly either. He's like, here, let me get that.
He's distracted. Yank.
I believe like most the dart in Orient face because he's wearing chainmail. Like everything.
Yeah.
So,
You got like two. You got like two in your hand, at the top of your hand.
yeah, it didn't add on my spellcasting modifier, so Dan gets 6 points back.
Okay.
I like I hope that worships and removing the Tarzan looks inside.
There's a beautiful untarnished dagger. The dagger is a dark silver color.
I will pick it up.
Okay. It's dark silver. It has a bone handle with a black gem inset in the bottom.
Inside the dagger.
At the bottom of the hilt,
Oh, okay.
like a pommel.
I will go closer. Dan, if you want, you can have this, and I will hand it to Dan. I will hand it to Dan.
Make me a charisma save, please.
Dan or me?
You.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
Oh, God.
No, you don't. You don't want to give it to Dan. You go to give it to Dan. You're like, hey Dan. Never mind. And you just kind of turn around and kind of stare at the dagger for a little bit.
Yeah, I will look. Don't worry, Dan. Nothing. Just don't worry. I'm good
Oh,
at that.
it's okay. I wanted to let you know as well, and Dan's going to take the little seaweed friendship bracelet that he wove earlier and just like offer it out. I know you were talking earlier about maybe going your own way. I don't want that to happen, but if it comes down to it, well, I just wanted to let you know that I'm your friend, and you can have this to remember us by if you do.
I will like drop at my knee and at level down and look to him. Well, thank you.
Well, before you do that, I need you to make me another save.
Oh God.
So much is going on.
Oh God, what's going on?
For the briefest of moments, you were pretty sure Dan is trying to get your dagger from you, but then that fades a little bit. So yeah, continue on your kneeling and accepting the gift.
Yeah, and thank you, bud. And I'm sorry for my rambling in the end, but things. It's come in one day and it felt wrong and still feel wrong. But I promise I will not leave until I will tell you, and I will accept the bracelet from him, and I will put it in my load, and I will it's his bracelet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like a little friendship bracelet.
Yeah, I'm
woven
gonna
out of
put
seaweed.
I'm gonna put the bracelet.
Okay.
So I fully imagine that this thing is going to start stinking to high heaven in the span of about 2 hours, and Echo's going to be right back to casting prestidigitation to get rid of the smell.
Seaweed doesn't smell that bad when it dries out.
Yeah,
it becomes very
dried up.
brittle.
But
Becomes very
it's
brittle.
that process of when it's been out of the seawater long enough that it starts stinking, and then it dries to that point where it's no longer that bad.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. There's definitely going to be a several hour period where Ek is like, "What's that? What the hell is?"
For Orient, I don't believe it's a problem because
Orient
I believe it.
Orient loves the smell. Like Orient is like a seaweed bracelet. Like I haven't had one of these since I was a kid.
It's just always Echo that
If
has
you
a
remember,
plus.
Yep. So you guys are doing that. We're going to take a slightly longer break right now. I have to I have to run the minion up to his place of employment. So we're going to take about a 20-minute break, and then we'll be back. So you guys have fun. Yeah, Cass. Prestidigitate your way. Yeah, you can totally prestidigitate that, but you can only do it for so long before you're just like, oh, okay. So we'll be right back. About 15-20 minutes.
Okie dokie.
All right. If you guys can be back at 15, I don't think it'll take me that long, but
No
hopefully.
problem. Not
All right.
back.
I'll
Definitely back
see,
in that.
see
Yeah,
you guys.
definitely back in that time frame.
All right. I'll see you guys later.
See you in a bit.
welcome. We are back. Thank you for holding out and staying here with us. A few announcements. One, if you hear some chomping in the background, that is my dog chewing on carrots. She got spayed on Saturday, so she's been acting
Can't hear anybody.
she's been acting a fool. Oh, posture check. I just got back. You make me check my posture already? Like I just sat down. Come on, Kaz. Jeez, man. Yeah, if you hear crunching in the background, it's my puppers, Miss Daisy, chewing on baby carrot sticks, and making a mess on my bed. So, other announcements. We are gonna give away some dice. I will announce the winners of those next week, and then it looks like we're making good headway on the karaoke stream. It looks like David contributed another 4,000 points, and Kaz contributed some points. Keep those stream those channel points coming in, and you can get me to karaoke live. So I make no guarantees, but oh, sorry, you're a little loud there in the background. Oh, there you go. All right, so we have Orient coveting his dagger. We have Dan currently bleeding from several holes, both trap-inflicted and self-inflicted. Leon is currently assisting as a nurse, removing spines from Dan's chest. And, so that's where we're at.
Kill him.
Huh? Yeah, you did heal him.
I did heal him.
Yeah, you did heal him. I'm just saying that you're the person that's helping you is not exactly trained. Although I think it might be better than Dan doing it to himself, because Dan does not have the best medical. Dan doesn't have the best bedside manner, I guess. Is that what it is? Or Dan lacks training. The intent is there, but the training isn't. Is that right, Dan? How does that work?
It's more applying improper technique at the appropriate times. So, like, instead of applying bandages, applying a tourniquet.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's how that works.
I will put the dagger beside like my health, and do I add a normal dagger or what?
No. Put dark silver dagger. Yep.
I'll put it in the look.
Brackets cursed. Close bracket.
Cursed question mark?
Cursed question mark is good.
No, but Leon's thinking if there was one false bottom in that chest, maybe there's a second false bottom in that chest. So Leon's going to take a closer look for a second false bottom.
Okay, go ahead.
But I'm far away.
I was going to say, I assume I have time to step back.
Yes. Leon, there is not another false bottom.
But I'm 100% sure that there was not.
Yes, you're 100% sure that there was not another.
Next time. Just keep in mind, there's one false bottom, there could be two.
Yeah. Oh, no, absolutely. Like, the scientific method totally works for you, Leon. It has yet to fail you. While you're investigating that, you do notice that Orient does have the captain's cutlass.
So that kind of pings to me that I kind of recognize that.
Yeah. You like you're busy investigating this, and you're like, well, there's no false. Hey, like it wasn't. You know, it wasn't in the box. Like it was something Orient had with him, like he kind of like had to throw it over his shoulder, and nobody's paid any attention because you're busy, messing with the box and stuff. And now you kind of notice that that's the captain's cutlass.
Hey, Ori, can I take a look at that blade for a second?
The blade? Oh,
The
No,
the
the cutlass.
the cutlass and the scabbard that you found on the captain that you brought with you.
oh, yeah. I will give it to him.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Leon, I'll take just kind of turn it over in your hands a couple times, just kind of doing my best to remember what I can about it.
Are you pulling it out of the scabbard?
Yeah, I will do that as part of.
Yeah, so you pull it out, and it is a finely engraved cutlass. This is some supreme craftsmanship. It's got the filigree up the side, and it has a on one side it's got this nice scroll work, and on the other side, like if you were holding it, the side that would be facing out to the right, because your captain's right-handed. The side facing out to the right is looks like a blue dragon, like the blued steel, right? And it's a blue dragon breathing a bolt that comes up to the curve, the point of the cutlass.
Orion, I guess if you would like to use this, I won't stand in your way, but if you don't have a use for it, I'd like to hold on to it.
Of course, you can hold it.
Sure you don't want to use it? Might be a little better than your longsword.
I will take a look. Sorry, it is like because I have the alarm longsword, so I will give it a look. What Leon have.
It's a cutlass. It would be the equivalent of a short sword, or
Short sword.
short sword or scimitar.
It's more like a scimitar. It's basically a cross between a saber and a scimitar.
Yeah.
It's sort of halfway between a saber and a scimitar.
Yes, probably scimitar.
Yeah.
And they usually have a basket
Yeah.
handle to cover the hand.
Yeah, this one has like I said, this one is nice. Like it's all silvered and like the anything that's not the edge is blued, with that blue and the nice silver filigree on it. So yes, it's very expensive. Like this is an heirloom kind of thing.
No, I will leave it with Leon. I will tell him. You can't keep it, Leon. I don't believe I'm gonna use it for a fight. But
Okay.
you might find something. Because you said this ship. I think you worked in this ship before we lost our memory.
I think
So yeah, so it might people saw this sword. Maybe someone will figure out when he sees sword with you, and you have.
Well, I was going to say,
What
I
do
think each of us was on that boat for a different reason. I think we washed up together because we were on the boat all at the same time when the ship was wrecked. But I think individually, it seems we were on the boat for our own individual reasons before we found ourselves on the shore.
But as I said, because I believe Leon worked in the ship, and this is the captain, so I believe it is appropriate to be with Leon.
yeah, no, I'll attach it to my hip and I'll carry it.
Okay.
No, that's all good. I mean, I don't want it, so.
Like I will look, I only like I will keep just. I will have this. Just I will not say the dagger. I will say just I will keep the hide it, put it inside.
Make a sleight of hand check to see if you can put that dagger away without anybody else noticing, since everybody is looking at everybody else while you guys are going through the loot.
No, I'm not like hiding it. Like just I will put it.
Oh,
like
well, you
normal,
guys
like
see him put a dagger away that looks pretty, like the dagger that was in the.
Yeah, but I don't. At least Leon, I don't think would have any reason to think anything's different about him just grabbing the dagger.
No,
Yeah, To be honest with you, I don't think I would give a shit.
Yeah, this is the reason Orion didn't need to hide.
Right. Well, I mean,
Yeah,
it's a dark silver collar with a bone handle and a black gemstone on the pommel. So, like, it is very unique looking.
That's interesting. Orion,
yes.
that's an interesting looking dagger. Obviously, it's yours to keep if you want it. May I have a quick look at it?
Uh, uh,
I just want to examine the workmanship. Don't worry, I'll give it straight back to you. It's yours.
no. No.
Right. Are you sure?
Yeah, why? It's a dagger with an interesting look, but I don't believe you need any reason to look at.
Okay. You need to be making a wisdom saving throw with a DC of what's my spell?
Okay, so you're going to charm him to get. Yeah, this is going to go well.
Okay, saving throw.
DC should be 14, right?
Yeah, wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom save DC 14.
Yeah.
He makes
Yeah.
it.
Shoot.
Yeah, you don't want to give it to him.
Yeah, good.
Ow.
If you could say those funny words that you say when you cast a spell.
But yeah, like, did I forget?
Actually, no, because this is an innate ability, not a spell cast.
Yeah, this is just she just kind of flutters her eyes and rolls her shoulder and uses her innate beauty to.
You remember like the Disney Robin Hood with Sir Hiss and doing the eye thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Look into my eyes.
Like, did
Okay.
you always like felt something weird, like in a moment, like he lit up the charm to echo, but he shook it off and or something.
Okay, good. I'm just at that moment. After that, I'm just going to leave it there and say, okay, no problem. Don't worry about it.
Yes, we didn't find the orb, though. It
Yeah.
didn't seem to be down there, so that sort of...
I
Was the
think
orb on the ship when it went down, or did somebody infiltrate the ship to steal it and perhaps sink the ship as part of their getaway?
Or there is an alternative possibility. Orion hid the stone before he got on the ship.
You believe that? That I had its own?
No, I'm just putting it out there as a possibility.
Yeah.
You killed the high priest. You grabbed the stone. Then you were on a boat. The stone isn't there anymore. It's possible you decided to stash the stone somewhere in order to keep it safe because you thought you were being pursued, for example.
As a distraction, yeah, that might I do.
So it's possible it's not there because it genuinely it wasn't on the boat in the first place.
Then all we need to figure out from where the ship comes. And we know that, right?
Imri, we think.
So I believe.
Well, you know where this ship came from. You don't know where Orient came from. I mean, you know where Orient started, and you know where this ship came from.
Okay. Where was Orient picked up on the way then, or would Orient have been picked up on the way, or would he have joined us at Emery, for example?
That you don't know. I mean, it might be in the logbook.
Okay. We need to find somewhere so that we can quiet and dry, so we can spend some time trying to decipher this logbook and see if we can find anything of interest in there.
When Leon was underwater getting the chest,
Daisy, lay down.
was he able to take a quick look at the wreckage
Yeah.
and recognize any sort of damage that would not be caused by a storm? Like a cannonball hole, maybe?
Not while you were busy trying to get the nothing like that.
Nothing super obvious stood out.
No, nothing super obvious. If you wanted to go back and take another look, you could.
Leon does not want to go back. Orion, when you were down there, did you notice any damage that would not have been caused by a storm? Do you think maybe the ship was attacked?
Did I notice that? Because I was making a perception check all the way.
Yeah, you. This ship has been in a fight, like not a serious one, but it is a privateer / pirate ship. So, I mean, it's not unusual for them to have
There'd be expected wear and tear.
Yeah, the expected wear and tear. Like it's not. No, there's not a giant gaping hole in the side from a ballista. There are no cannons, so.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's something attacked the ship. No, I don't believe so.
Okay, just the storm that took it down.
Yeah, it's like split to half.
Yeah, I mean the damage that you saw, most of the actual big damage was looks like it was caused by running aground during a storm.
So,
Daisy,
believe we have everything here. Do we leave or stay the night here?
Well, we're still pretty early in the afternoon, I think, aren't we?
I believe so. As far as I'm aware, this is like mid-late afternoon. By the time we've had the shenanigans and getting the chest out, and then it exploding in your faces, and then
No, we opened
everything
the
else.
compartment. It didn't explode.
The puncture marks by the spikes suggest otherwise.
Cost of doing business. We got the second area open. It's fine. But yeah, I think if we have a couple hours of daylight left, we can press on, make up some ground.
Yeah, you guys you guys have spent about 2 hours here.
Let's head on.
So it's about 2 o'clock.
And yeah, as we walk off, I'll ask Echo. Remind me when we found that big rock and the earth one that had runes on it too, right? And you opened it with something. Did it look anything like the grooves on the back of this wind rune? Could this wind rune, could this be a key like that was? I think I remember, Echo, you had something that opened that rock up.
I'm certainly happy to give it a try. Can you remember? I don't remember having any. I mean,
Yeah, your little locket.
Her necklace, the little crescent moon shaped necklace, was there. Fit in a key slot.
right. Okay. Well, I'll see whether or not my necklace will perform the same function.
Leon's just remarking that maybe the rune will act as a key in the way that the necklace acted as a key.
That's entirely possible. That is entirely possible.
We don't have the faintest clue where it might act as a key.
1 second, guys. The dog is trying to get on my lap.
Okay.
For some reason. Give me 1 second.
I mean, I think.
Daisy, come on. Give me 1 minute. I'm gonna have to put her back downstairs real quick. Come on, Daisy.
else did you give her?
The whole bag.
Where did you get the bag?
From the girl. Yeah. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. So you guys are heading on to Mayor Carl's.
I believe that's the next stop on the way to Emory. Yes.
Okay. You will then pass through Stillwater again. We'll go back to the big map. So you guys make your way through Stillwater and make your way. Are you going all the way to Mayor Carl's today?
I think we just normal travel day. I don't think we'd push.
Okay. So you guys end up at about the same spot you camped at before. And you guys set up watch. That night, Orient,
Yeah.
you wake up. And find yourself standing quite a ways away from the camp, holding the dagger in your hand and carving a symbol into a tree.
Do I am aware what I'm doing?
You are now.
Oh, okay.
Like
And I will
you wake
look
up and
at
you're
the
busy.
symbol.
Like your arm is like in the middle of carving this symbol. Like you're finishing it. Like you finish carving it, and just as you finish, you kind of blink awake.
Okay. I'll look. That's new. I will look to the dagger and do I have the awareness that I cannot let go of the dagger?
No, not really.
I will look to the carbon. What the carbon look like?
Looks like a rune of some sort, but nothing you recognize.
I will try to memorize the rune and can I take like if it is a tree, like can I carve the tree and bring out the rune itself?
I mean, with your longsword, or if you went and got a, you know, a hatchet of some sort, or maybe. I mean, you could use your longsword, but it'll take a while. I mean,
I
it's
believe
a
I'm
fairly
gonna-
big tree.
Oh, okay. The carving is big.
The carving's pretty big. Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, it's probably a foot by a foot. Like, I mean, it's it's a nice size. It's a nice size. You're only about 300 yards or so. You're only about 500 or 600 feet away from camp. Like you can still see the campfire, but you're off from it.
okay. I'm confused. I'm looking. That's weird. I'll put the dagger and go back. And who's that time? Whose was like
Leon.
the watch? I will walk up to Leon.
Did I
and
see
say,
him leave earlier?
Huh?
Did I have seen him leave earlier?
No, you did not.
Oh, back from bathroom break. I assume you got out of here quiet.
You didn't see me waking up. I'm moving, right?
No, you were very very quiet.
Okay. I will just okay. Just don't worry about it, and I will put the dagger away and continue my sleeping.
Okay.
Oh God, I feel
Okay. You guys wake up. Orient, you're a little. Um, you're not quite as rested as you'd like to be. Apparently, because you had a little jaunt out into the woods. But other than that, you're fine. You're a little more hungry than you usually are.
But do I mark the ration?
Mark a ration and a half.
Okay. Like how many? Like I have now 30 days.
You know what? Just mark off 2. We'll do it that way. We'll make it easy.
Okay.
Mark off 2.
So are you marking for all of us, or are we marking our own individuals?
Yeah, for all of us. Yeah.
Oh, for all of you. So you mark 2 for you and 1 for everybody else.
Okay. It's like 5. Okay.
You guys see Orient, like, he finishes his normal meal and then starts in on another one.
You're a growing boy over there, it seems.
Yeah, a little bit hungry.
Well, it's probably a good thing that we brought plenty of rations with us, because I don't think they have much that you guys would be able to eat at Makar's village. Unless you want to try some some very
I'll
disgusting corn.
pass.
I think the corn only gets better with age, right? But yeah, no, Orient must have burned a lot of calories on his nighttime walk last night.
You went on a walk in the middle of the night?
I don't know.
No, I slept.
He just said, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess I will say I don't, because it's really I don't know.
I guess he was. Nah, I'm just playing with him. I guess he went out for a bathroom break, and I didn't see him leave. And he just walked right back in. Surprised me a little bit.
Is it sleepwalking? We haven't really had that problem before, when you've been staying at the inns. Maybe it's something about being out in nature? Maybe you're like hearing the call of the ocean, and you're just trying to head back home.
I don't know. Like, I don't know.
It's okay. We'll make sure to keep an extra careful eye on you when we're keeping watch, so that if you do wander off, you won't go too far, and we can always bring you back.
Thank you.
So you guys make it to Mayor Carl's right before lunchtime. Mayor Carl is, as you get to the village, the first person that you see is Bork, who is standing next to what looks like to be, on the path, a hastily made fence with a gate. But the fence only crosses the path. It doesn't extend any further than the actual path. So it's like there's a section of fence that's probably like 3 feet. There's a lopsided gate attached to that section, and then there's another section of like 5 feet of gate, 5 feet of fence, and that's it. And he's proudly standing behind the fence, and he has a crew, one of his spears, and he's just standing there, and he smiles. And he's like. And just waves at you like, hey.
Leon, who is now walking 63 feet in front of where he's supposed to be. Hey, Bork, how are you doing?
Halt!
Leon just playfully puts his hands up and freezes.
Dan's gonna like wander up, just like leading Morris along with him, and just sort of call out in Goblin to Bork, going like, "Oh, that was really good. Has Carl been teaching you common?"
He looks at his hand, he looks at his hand, looks at Leon, looks at his hand, looks at Leon, and he looks at Dan and goes, halt!
You're doing a very good job with the enunciation. It's very, very intimidating. You're doing an excellent job guarding, but we're just here to check in and see how you guys are doing. We're just passing through.
In common, he's like, I'm just supposed to tell you to halt. I don't know what else. Okay, come on then. And he makes, like, he opens the gate and lets you guys come through. He's still watching Leon, waiting for Leon to move.
All right, yeah, Leon, we'll walk through the gate.
Oh, I'm glad you. And he says in Goblin, but you can't understand. He's like, I'm glad you're okay. He kind of pats you on the shoulder.
I give him a hair tussle.
Further
I'm
down,
avoiding the goblins as much.
Gort tells each of you, he even says to Morris, halt! Like everybody that comes through, he goes, halt! And then lets you through.
He's halfway there.
He's learning. Like he's a new recruit, right? As you get in, you see Gort is sitting in the tree, and he's like, people, 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 and he just keeps yelling that at various degrees of loudness and weirdness. And you suddenly hear Carl like, it's okay, he's one of, they're with us, remember? They're with people, Gort, enough, shush, before you fall, again. He waves at Dan, he's like, hey Dan, how's it going?
Things are going pretty well for us. There have been some recent developments, and so we're heading through to Emery, and we figured since we were heading that way, we could stop by here.
Oh, awesome. You came for the moonshine and the corn. I know. It's okay. You can admit it.
Actually, I just wanted to check and see if Farmer Greenpants had shown back up again yet.
Oh, about that. He did come back, noticed that his house had burned down, said, screw these goblins, screw this farm, I'm going back to my sister's. And then he left.
Oh, that's not quite so good. Oh.
But he did.
You guys are going to be okay, right? You know how to... You know how to sow seeds for the fresh season? How to harvest a crop once it's come in?
No. We just pick corn and weeds. And make moonshine. We figured out the whole moonshine thing. That's easy.
What else do you need?
As you go over, as he points over to the still, it is now like 3 times larger than it was when you left last time. It looks like they've literally cannibalized everything that they didn't need for shelter and added it to the still.
Leon will go over and I'll top off my bottle.
Yeah. Oh, this is much clearer. You can almost see through it this time.
Well, then I'll get a new bottle. I won't mix it with the old stuff.
We have a horse. We're trying to decide. Bork thinks we should eat it. Gort thinks we should cut it in half and try to plant more of it and grow more. I'm not sure. Can you grow horses like that?
No. Animals don't work that way. No. You need to keep the horse, and this here, and I'm gonna like stroke. Or this is a mule it's kind of like a horse.
A meal.
But, mule. You don't.
Meal.
Don't. But they can be used for what's called a plow.
I know. It's the thing that goes in the dirt that makes the holes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you do that, and then you plant the seeds in the ground, and then you tend that by watering it and making sure that you pick any weeds that grow up.
Yeah. We're good at weed. We're good weed picking.
You'll have a fresh batch of corn for next year that will last you, so you can make more moonshine.
Oh, that seems kind of complicated. You want to stick around and help? I mean, you can't be mayor, but you can be Farmer Dan.
No. I have to go to. Sorry, my internet's playing. No, I have to go to Emery. I suppose we can spend the night at least. I'll try to I'll try to teach you what I know about how farming works, and then maybe I can leave Morris here.
Oh.
He's a good mule. He's been a plow mule before.
Oh, he knows how
so
to plow?
can-
Oh, cool. Then we'll just let him do it.
He still needs somebody to strap the plow to him, and to guide him. So make sure that he's not just gonna drag the plow everywhere. It needs to be neat, tilled rows. Oh.
What would we do with all the corn that's already here?
That corn needs to be enough to last you until you get a fresh batch in. How much of it have you gone through already?
That whole field over there. And he points to the right-hand side. He's like, that whole field there. We have most of this field, and, we had most of this field, but Bork and Gort burned some of it, and then ate some of it, and then we used the other for the moonshine.
And Dan is just like completely overwhelmed by this situation, and just like takes a moment to walk away and go and just sit defeated under the tree in the center of the village. Just has Morris like along by the sort of leash, and so just got this mule just chewing up like grass and little bits of buttercups, and he's just gently stroking himself like, oh, they really don't know what they're doing.
One by one, part of our party's getting pushed to their limits by these guys.
Leon's the last holdout because they just keep making.
Leon's still good with them, but first it was Orient, then it was Echo, and now Dan's getting his turn.
Carl walks over and goes, can we have our cave back? We're good at growing mushrooms. I mean, mushrooms are easy. You just pile stuff on top, and then they grow. That's easy.
He's talking about a compost.
Well, yeah, but that's how goblin. That's how.
Yeah, no, but the only thing that grows out of compost heaps are mushrooms.
Well, that's
nothing else grows out of compost heaps.
Yeah. That's why you're in charge, right? And he looks right at him. After Echo says, "Only thing that grows out of compost heaps are mushrooms," he's like, "Yeah." Like he gives you that no shit look and looks at Danny and goes, "That's why you're in charge, right?"
I'm going to clench my fist and take a very deep breath, and then I'm going to turn around and breathe out and walk away.
You're going to breathe out and say, "Rooster."
And I'm going to walk away before I do something lethal to this goblin.
By the way, Orient is extremely far from like
everything. or are you just standing on the opposite side of everybody behind a behind the burnout piece of building, going, "Just don't notice me. Just don't notice me. Just don't notice me."
like it's not about not like if they come, I'm gonna blow them up, and he's sitting watching thinking about what happened that night and looking into his dagger.
Mm-hmm.
And
or do you pull it out?
Yeah, I pull it out too.
Oh, it's nice and shiny. I bet you could probably do some real damage with this thing.
Interesting.
Like, it looks very.
By the way, like when Orient memorized by something is not like no. It is like it's interesting to him.
Yeah.
But it doesn't show at the same time like.
No. This is not like Gollum in the Ring. This is more of like, this is something that you really, this is like a prized possession of yours, and you're like, every time you look at it, you're like, yeah, this is cool. Like, it's kind of like that like if you got a vintage baseball card or a signed autograph of somebody, and you're like, yeah, this is mine. Yeah. No, I'm not
Yeah,
gonna.
yeah, but yeah, he's just inside. That's what's said inside him. He will not ever show that front of anyone because
Yeah.
he's his way. Like, but he's like, I'm gonna keep this one. I will not give it to anyone.
Yeah.
But there are moments. I don't know if that's okay. There are moments because to give it to Dan, and the same time I changed my mind.
Yeah.
Like, do like
You
like
don't want to get rid
let
of
me-
this. This is yours.
Yeah.
You do not want to get rid of it.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
And you're very cautious about people who want to look at it because you're afraid they're going to take it from you. You
Oh.
wanted to talk to Carl?
Yeah, I asked Carl. Hey, Carl, have you looked for a new cave? I mean, the old one's real far away, and there's bad guys there.
A new
But there might be
cave?
new caves around here.
There are no caves out here. This is forest. No good caves in forest. Too green.
Okay, well, I guess have fun with your corn.
What do you mean too green?
It's green. Look, trees, bushes. Like, there's not enough
How
rocks.
can anything be possibly too green?
But there's not enough rocks.
Seriously,
Not nearly enough rocks.
except possibly between your ears.
He gives you this confused look for a second. He's like,
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
You can grow mushrooms in the forest. It doesn't have to be in a cave.
"What? Huh?"
Yeah, go find a big tree, dig out some of its roots to create kind of a space under there, and you can start planting mushrooms just like you did in a cave.
What? Really?
Yeah,
There's mushrooms in the trees?
yeah, there's mushrooms in the trees.
Oh.
Find an-
My-
Hey, he walks right up to you, Leon, and he kind of grabs the front of your shirt and kind of pulls you down towards him. He's like, "Show me."
No, I think Leon stands straight up and he pulls himself up to Leon.
Yeah. Yeah, Leon. Well, no, he grabs a hold of you to pull you down. You're like, you've been down, and then Leon he's like, "Show me." And Leon stands up, but he doesn't let go, so he pulls you, so he's like dangling. Show me.
I mean, surely we've been walking through the forest. We've seen mushrooms here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You can, there's probably within, a quarter mile of here, you can find a thing of mushrooms and lichens and stuff. Just give me a nature roll.
Leon turns to Echo and just I'm going out and trying to mushrooms, and just takes off running, carrying Carl.
I think Leon might actually be onto a really great solution here. Mushrooms grow mostly on like decaying plant matter, right? That's partly what they do, and decaying organic matter. So they could take the parts of the corn harvest that they can't eat and make that into a compost pile that could then provide sustenance for mushrooms that they could grow if they're able to find spores to sow. And that animals could help as well. Having a horse and a mule around would mean that they would have animals capable of eating plant matter that they're not capable of consuming, but converting that into fertilizer that could then be used to grow more mushrooms.
Are you thinking of giving them the mule?
Only if it's okay with Morris. I'm worried that they would try to eat him.
So, Leon, it takes you about an hour. You're like, they were right here. But as you get out there, because you were so busy to get here, you're like, no, it's this tree. No, it's this tree. No, it's this tree. And then you realize that all these trees kind of look alike to a cat, right?
I'm amazed at how many forked trees there are.
Yeah, but you do eventually find one that has quite a good selection of moss and lichens and stuff, and he is just like giddy with excitement, and he like scoops them all up into his bag, like he just handfuls of this stuff. And you guys head back. When you get back, he gets Bork and Gort, and they're like, oh, that building has a cave under it. Or, well, it's not really a cave. What do they call it? Basement. Basement. Has a basement under it. So, he's like, but we can't open the and he leads you over to this the large burnt out, the biggest burnt out house, and shows you what you see a door, a trap door. It's got a big iron ring on it. There's no way these goblins could open it, right? It's just too big, and there's some debris on top of it. He's like, there.
Who were they showing this to?
You.
Oh, yeah, Leon's gonna open that.
He's like, yeah, and you see all three of them dart down inside it.
Okay, Leon follows.
Leon does not have dark vision.
Yeah, Leon does. Leon does have dark vision.
Oh, does he? I didn't think so.
We'll verify.
I thought they were one of the cat people that don't.
Nope, dark vision. You can see in dim light 60 feet.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you get down there. This is a really nice basement. There's stuff down here. Quite a bit of stuff.
Okay.
There's some chests and there's some boxes.
I'm opening everything.
Okay. This looks like the storage room for the town. Again, normal town supplies. Basically, there's about 1 or 2 of everything on the normal equipment for Player's Handbook. No kits or anything like that, but there's some rope. There's some traveling clothes. There's some wax. A bottle of ink, 1 quill. Just like various random stuff. And then there's a nice desk that appears to have some papers on it that Leon's probably uninterested in.
I'll note that they're there. I'll glance at them.
They look like ledgers. Like,
That's boring.
yeah. And then there is a small chest.
Yeah. Is it locked?
Oh yes, it's locked.
Can I pull the lock off?
You can try to smash it off with your glaive. Yeah.
All right. Attack roll or athletics?
Attack roll. Oh yeah, you hit. So everybody who's not down there with him hears this, rush, and you hear another smash. You hear like this, like you hear Leon smashing something with his glaive. It is an unmistakable sound that Leon uses when he swings his glaive.
I'll start heading in that direction.
I will stand, put my dagger, and I will go and see what's going on.
Dan is going to be hovering reluctantly at the entrance, like not wanting to leave Morris.
So yeah, you break it off, and part of the box.
All right. Open it up and look inside.
You open the box, and inside is a bunch of gold and silver and copper.
Nice.
There's also a scroll case and a book that is bound in reptile hide.
Interesting. Hey, Carl, this is a bunch of boring stuff. I'm just going to go ahead and take this.
Yes. And Carl's like, they're back in the back. Literally, you see Bork and Gort are taking a dump in the corner.
Right, as goblins do.
Oh.
And, on top of the pile, like you see Carl throwing the mushrooms and lichen and stuff into the floor, and the 3 of them are basically defecating and urinating on the.
Mushroom farm.
Yeah, they're definitely starting a mushroom farm. Like, this is perfect.
I will grab up that stuff and head out as I see them doing that. I think I'm done down here.
So as you get to the bottom of the steps, Echo and Orient are coming down the steps.
Leon, what's that smell?
Don't ask. Don't look in that corner.
Oh.
It's you can't see it from the steps because it's like a room and then like an offset room.
But I think I smell it.
Oh yeah, you can totally smell it.
Oh,
Oh, but there.
Right, I'm pulling out a handkerchief. I'm casting prestidigitation on it, like a nice lavender smell, and I'm holding it up to my nose.
Yeah, not helpful.
I found a box. I'm going to take it upstairs in the light to sort through it. It's got some good stuff in it, but I also saw a desk with some papers on it.
okay. So let's go up, and we'll go up. I will go up with him.
I'm going to grab all the papers off the desk first, and then I'm going to go upstairs.
Okay. So there is approximately 125 gold. There is 52 silver and 286 copper.
All right. And then I'll hand the scroll case and the book off to somebody that likes those kind of things.
Who's taking
I
what?
will look. I will look to the book.
The book is a spell book.
Yeah. Okay.
It
then
makes
I will
no
turn
sense to you.
Yeah. I will,
You open it up and go, yeah, nope, not for me.
Yep.
Hand it over to Dan.
Yeah. I will give it Echo. This is a spell book. You might get something from it.
Excellent. Either I or Dan, perhaps one of us.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
I think you can. Do I know that people can copy spells?
No.
Okay, so I will just. This is for your arcane ability, so
Yeah.
have it. And what did you find also, Leon?
There's a scroll case. Oh, thanks,
Oh.
Lord Grim. Stretch. Oh, yeah. Actually, I needed that. You ever start to stretch and then your body's like, no, sideways? Thank you. Thanks for taking a look at watching the stream. Yeah, you got a scroll case that's sealed.
Uh, Scroll. I will look this scroll. It's like the same scroll that I found like in Kermish box.
No. It's a scroll case. It's basically a tube with screw caps on the end.
Oh, okay. I will look. What is it? What in it?
It does not open.
Hmm. Can I make some kind of check that see how to open it?
You don't. Are you trained in Arcana?
No.
Then no.
So yeah, you can see me like around the. Well, that doesn't work.
May I?
Yeah, of course. Take.
Perhaps Dan and I can have a look at it together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you guys are
I
looking
have-
at it together, Dan sees the rune on it
Okay.
because he can read it. As you're turning it over, Dan basically you see on the underside of the cap, like where the whip is, you see a string of runes. It's arcane lock.
Okay, I need to know if that. I'll double check it. Is that on the Warlock spell list?
Uh,
Otherwise, it will. I would understand like the literal meaning of what those runes said, but
I
not be
do
able to
not
recognize
know
that
if
it
that's
was a
on your
spell.
spell list. Let me take a look. Hello. What is- Give me one moment.
Nope, it's wizard only.
Is it
so
wizard
I
only?
would,
Okay, yeah. So no,
I would have the general impression of like
it's a magical lock.
some kind of spell that will keep it locked and contained. We'd probably need to find a wizard to be able to either dispel the enchantment or maybe find some way to open it. Echo, do you have any idea? Because I'm pretty sure knock is on the bardic spell list.
Yes.
So.
Knock is
Um,
knock is on there, and
Yeah.
you guys do have that scroll of dispel magic still.
But I can't copy that down as yet. I'm not high enough level.
No, but you
I
can
can't-
cast it off the scroll.
I can cast off the scroll. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
we'll keep that. We'll keep that in. We'll keep that in the bag of holding just in case it's needed. The knock spell. I can only know a certain number of spells, so
Yeah, and that's not one you know.
and that's not what I know. So I could replace what I know with that, but I can't see me doing that.
No.
So why don't you keep that, Dan?
You can attempt. You can attempt with Arcane Lock. You can attempt to. Well, actually, Echo, give me a Arcana check.
Okay.
You guys want me to just pull it open?
Yeah, you're not sure how to get this open.
Oh, a big 5.
Yeah, big 5. Well, actually, Dan, you and Dan are both looking at it, so go ahead and roll that with advantage.
Okay.
I'm feeling generous.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Woo!
Just saying, I could probably pull it open.
Technically,
Go for it.
yeah, okay. So you hand it to. Go ahead, Leon. Make a strength check.
Strength check. Oh, this one's got me flummoxed.
You guys do have. I think some of you guys still do have inspiration left, don't you?
Yeah, can I use it?
Yeah, you can use inspiration. Roll again.
All right, so the first try doesn't work. Leon just looks really angry with himself and just focuses in.
Yeah, that's enough. That's enough. 24 will do it. Because Arcane Lock makes the item stronger and harder to open. Increases the DC to unlock by 10 and the strength to open it by 10. So you needed a 20. You got a 24. Good for you. You popped the lid right off.
Here you go. I'll hand it back.
And Leon's, if it doesn't work the first time, do it again, is still working for him. You're never gonna learn. You're never gonna convince him that doing it twice is not the right way to do it. Not ever.
No, sadly.
So who's dumping out the contents?
I mean, if nobody else wants to, then I'll reach in there and pull it out.
You can't quite pull it out. You have to turn it and kind of shake it because this thing is wound tight. Like this is a piece of parchment. It's kind of wound in there real tight. So you shake it, it comes out. It is a very large piece of parchment. Like it's probably so the scroll case is about a little over a foot tall, not counting the end caps. And this thing is about a foot tall, and it's probably 4 feet long.
This is boring. No, I'll
Yeah.
hand the board paper to one of the other people.
I will take that paper. I will see what is in it.
What languages do you read? Because Dan can see parts of it from here. Dan, this is looks like an oral history. It looks like not an oral history, but it looks like a history of some sort, written in Goblin and Giant.
Yeah, I will just look. It's a gibberish for me, so. And yep, I cannot understand one thing, and I'll just. Who can read these stuff? Like I will show to the guys. Leon, can you read this one?
No. Leon doesn't even read the language. He just tells you no.
Oh, okay, so
Ian doesn't even look. He's like, no, as he's walking off to go get more moonshine.
yeah, I will look down to Dan. Dan, you can read this one?
Dan's gonna like take this sort of very oversized sheet of parchment, like fumble with it a bit, sort of like have to lay it spread out flat down on the ground, and it's just melt down over it, pouring over it. Oh, parts of this is Goblin. I can read those bits. The other bits might take a bit of time. And he's just like blinking his eyes. waiting for the sort of translation
Yeah.
effect to kick in.
Yeah, it is a history of a small village, you could say. It starts at the creation of the village. It was created. It was founded by two friends, a stone giant and a goblin, and the two of them managed to find some more goblins and stuff, and started basically a little community in this area right outside the mountains. It seems like this history is probably. Give me a history check to see if your brain recalls. Investigation, Leon.
Oh, for me?
Yeah. Yeah, you can't quite date this. Leon,
I think I'll burn inspiration and take another crack
Okay.
at that.
Leon, you are sure there's a false bottom in this thing. You were going to get.
I just can't find the trick of it.
Yeah.
I'm tempted to say give it to me before you destroy it, but that's not going to work.
Leon is busy trying to get the other cap off. Unfortunately, it's made as a solid piece like that. But Leon refuses to believe that, so Leon will be doing it. Dan, you're not sure how old this is. Like, you can't date this very well. But as you're reading it, it does seem like there's multiple generations of history here. It will take you hours to pour through. Like, you can read it, but it would take you hours to pour through to make any legible, discernible hypothesis about where this is or when this was.
And it seems to be an account of how the village was formed. There was a goblin and a stone giant who became friends and founded this community together, attracting more goblins to the area. I guess a lot of time must have passed. Looks like a lot of generations. It's a bit rambling.
There is one word that stands out that's capitalized a couple of times. Let me put it in the chat for you. Like, it's starting about a quarter of the way through, probably about 2 generations or 3 generations in, this name starts to pop up repeatedly in reference to worship and service. But again, you'd have to spend several days studying this before you're going to get any kind of real information out of it.
I probably need to spend a bit of time to see if I can piece together the exact narrative of events. I don't think they fully grasp the notion of linear storytelling.
Yeah, no.
But you're telling me a giant and a goblin.
That's the story, at least. I can't tell if it's an actual factual account of how the community was formed, or if it was a story that became mythologized. It doesn't seem like the sort of thing that would happen very often, but it could be true.
I will turn look to these stooges or wherever these goblins are. Hard to believe. Maybe I believe the giant want to build the village, but
Yeah, while you're doing this, Echo, while Dan's taking a look at this, it does occur to you that it's probably safe to start looking at the other stuff.
Okay. I'll spend some time having a look at the other stuff then.
Because I'm assuming you guys are camping for the night here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Get a full night's rest. So yeah, you spend a couple of hours. Dan, if you want to give me another history check with advantage, or actually, yeah, a history check with advantage and investigation with advantage, unless you're planning on using your cool spell again.
But again, it would be more once he's spent enough time reading it to get the sense that this name is important. But you said that would probably be like the sort of thing that I'm going to need to roll for
Yeah.
first before I would be able to use
Yeah.
the spell.
Yeah.
Orient will leave the village a little bit, just not far, and see if he can find any, like, animals or anything.
Oh yeah, you're totally fine one.
Yeah, so he will try to catch it.
Are you trying to catch it or kill it?
No, catch it.
Okay. Then a nature roll and a survival roll.
Nature roll and survival roll. Nature roll and
Yeah, there's not much left of it. It is a mangled tube that will not hold anything at this point.
But I do give it back.
Gives it back to Echo.
So this is-
Maybe Carl can make use of this as a spigot on the still.
No, because it's still sealed at one end. Like it's like he didn't break it apart. He just, he's over there torquing on it. He managed, like, he wedged it against a tree and a rock, and it's like.
I just can't find the trick of it, guys. I'm sorry.
Survival roll. This is
Survival and nature.
oh, okay.
Yeah, and Dan, 2 investigation rolls, 2 with advantage.
So I clicked the second one and it's not listed it as an investigation, but it was a 19 advantage
Oh.
on history check and a 20 on
Oh, okay.
investigation.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Orient, you managed to catch yourself a small furry creature. Anything in particular you're looking for, or just a small furry farm animal?
Like a rabbit, or like.
Okay, rabbit. Rabbit it is. You catch yourself a nice rabbit.
Yeah, I'm holding it, and like there's a feeling that I don't know what is, and I will stab it with a dagger.
Oh, you will. All right. Make me a roll a d4 plus a d4 plus your strength plus your dexterity plus 3.
But I pull dagger.
Yeah.
Do I roll it?
Can we just take a moment to appreciate that it's not the warlock in the party who is committing ritual sacrifice to the animal?
Not yet. No, you don't sacrifice them. You turn them into your own personal playthings.
It's different because this is magic. What's
Yeah.
affecting me is magic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it'll be a d4 plus your dex plus 3.
I will roll the dagger attack.
Yeah. And then add 3, so 9. Yeah. So as you stab this thing, right? You see this black energy kind of course across the rabbit. You feel better. You gain, because the rabbit has a single hit point. You gain 5 temporary hit points.
Okay.
And the rabbit becomes desiccated.
Oof.
Like all the blood and all the liquid out of it is gone. It is now a dried husk. And the gemstone at the top, the black gemstone, starts to fill with red.
That's quite interesting. And feel more healthier?
No, that's not interesting. That's worrying.
I'm fine. You know what? I am outside the village. Like,
Yeah, the
because
evil cultist is playing with the cursed dagger. What could possibly go wrong?
like I am outside. because I cannot read anything. I cannot do anything. So okay, I'm gonna and I thought this dagger will do something special. So
Yeah.
let's
Oh,
try it.
it does. It sure
Yeah.
does.
So
Hey,
I
Nor.
left. I left and I tested and that's interesting. So Orange will use the dagger this moment to attack. Like he will use a shield and a dagger.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll put the dagger like and back my hold and go
Okay.
back to the guys. And you see me when I return, you see me like little bit smug and like
Yeah.
feel like I have something interesting with me.
Uh,
And I think you feel it coming around after figuring out that whole troll thing.
yeah. Yeah. I think it's coming around. It's like, yeah, what could possibly go wrong with the evil cultist wielding a cursed dagger? What could
Yes.
possibly go wrong with
So
this?
my right hand
This is to be
evil
fair.
side.
This is literally not surprising with this party. Like this is not. This is. It's like, yeah, or yeah, I'm gonna stab the rabbit. Of course you are. like, what else could possibly happen? What other line of adventure could possibly happen at this point? All right, so Dan, with your reading, you managed to find out that this does seem to be historically factual ish, as with any recorded history. It loses something in translation and it loses something over time. But you're pretty sure you could probably find, based on the landmarks and stuff, you could probably find this place on the map. Um, it wouldn't be easy, but you could probably find it. The historical references to Maltriga is that it is a deity that came out of the mountain. A fiery entity. Of an entity of living fire that came out of the mountain. And laid waste to the enemies of the village on occasion. And then probably several hundred years ago, that stopped completely. Or actually more like nearly 1,000 years ago that stopped. And she hasn't been seen since. It refers to her as a she. And she hasn't been seen since.
I wonder if this entity that they seem to worship might be one of these things that the Guardian Project are worried about. Yeah, if she was sealed away somehow. I guess we won't
that
know
does
unless
make
we
a lot
can
of
find
sense.
some of them again.
Or we can find more information about it.
Echo. With,
Another just me.
huh?
Dan would probably then just sort of indicate to Echo, like, the temple I visited, the temple to the Lord of Flame. I wonder if they have a temple to him in Emery. It's
Well, the
city,
other
so it might have, and it seems like.
Well, the other thing is, I mean, cities are tend to be places where, if you're going to have a place where you store knowledge, it'll be in a city. It won't be out in the middle of the wilderness. So it may be that there are libraries or private collections of books that we can try and get access to.
I just figure if anybody's going to know about a sort of primordial being of flame, it might be clerics who worship a god of fire.
That's a very good idea.
Makes sense. No, I agree with you. I 100% agree with you.
Echo, you were reading the logbook?
Yes, I was.
Okay. It is written in common. It is smudged in places, so it's not entirely legible in all the spots. But you do find that most recently, they did leave from Emery. Their job was to patrol, quote, patrol, the Emerald Sea that Emery sits on for, pirates and ne'er-do-wells. And basically they were, the privateers on and they were hired for 6 months. And then you find
Basically, they were hired Coast Guard.
yeah. Which is basically what privateers are. Basically, countries or cities will hire, these ships to, so they don't have to have a standing navy, basically. It appears that they had, this captain was running a side business of transporting not so legal things to other places.
What a surprise.
Yeah. And one of those happened to be a run to from Emery to Farpoint, which is basically where they were on their way with some of the goods that you guys have found. Right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And then you find an entry of where they came across a ship and boarded it, and basically boarded it, took prisoners, and sunk it. And among the prisoners were a description of the 3 of you, not Leon.
Right. So they attacked another ship.
Yeah, because that's what they're supposed to do.
But they attacked another ship of which Orient, Dan, and I were on, and we were taken as prisoners.
Yes. It says that you guys were not crew, you were passengers, which is why they didn't kill you.
Which is fantastic. Does it mention the name of the ship that they sank?
The Siren Song.
Okay. Is there anything else in the journal about the Siren Song? It was just a ship they came across, or did they know that were they?
It was a smuggling ship.
Okay.
Known. It was a known smuggling pirate ship. Like if you wanted to be with the the shady, like these guys are privateers, so putting an extra box or 2 of something onto their ship was expected by the city that they're working for. Like they're expected to smuggle stuff, right? It's part of their cut, basically. But pirates don't give the city anything, so their job is, they saw the pirate ship and they were like, oh look, we get to keep all this stuff. Unfortunately, most of the stuff that they wanted sunk with the ship. They did get. It references the dagger that you guys have, the rune box.
Oh, can I? Does the log give an indication of where the Siren Song sank?
Yeah, like a general description. Like you would have to find a sailor. Like you have no idea what any of this stuff means.
Would Leon be able to understand like the sort of maritime coordinates?
Yeah. Basically, it's more of 3 days out from this point, from the point of whatever, in a northeasterly direction near this, we sighted the ship. So yeah, Leon could probably if Leon got to Emery and found better detailed maps than what you guys have now, he could probably locate where it went down.
Okay, because now I've been
you're breaking
they
up.
didn't find it.
Yeah.
Sorry. Is that any better?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. But you can repeat
Okay.
because
No. What I was going to say was, it now looks as if the Siren Song is where that orb may well be. It's entirely possible that it was on that ship and they didn't find it when they looted it before it sank. So at the moment, I think what we need to do is try and get ourselves to Emery, hire ourselves a ship or get on a ship and get out there and see if we can search the area.
Yeah, the logbook doesn't have any mention about an orb.
No.
No, exactly.
No, it doesn't mention an orb. It lists, from what you remember, the captain, he's very meticulous in his notes. So any loot that they came across that was particular would go in this logbook. There's another logbook that you guys didn't find because it washed away. The quote unquote official logbook, right? It's kind of like truck drivers who run two sets of books. This is the one that they, yeah, he's cooking the book. This is the cooked book. This is the actual book that you guys have.
Yeah.
So yeah, it mentions there's a lot of stuff that you guys didn't find from the wreckage. There's a list of stuff, and you're like, oh no, we didn't find one of those. We didn't find some of this. We didn't find, like, there's a lot of gold missing. You know, stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean,
but then again, you're not the only people who can see a shipwreck, right, out there. So it's entirely possible. And Leon, you know that it's entirely possible if somebody, was, sailing past and saw a shipwreck that they would go start to loot. Like, it's not uncommon.
no, absolutely. All of that is that whole rule of salvage at sea, isn't it? Finders keepers.
Yeah. But Leon, yeah, you know that you look, with you helping Echo, yeah, you figure out that, yeah, they were, you guys were at sea for 4 months before this happened, easily. And then, as you understand it, you guys attempted to board it. There was a fight. The ship started to sink. You guys looted what you could. You guys aren't in the habit of killing non-crew members. So you took what prisoners you could, and then we're going to just drop them off in Farpoint, and if the guards wanted to keep them, they could. If they didn't, they would just let them loose. Right? Like, that's normally the deal. Like, anybody who's traveling on them that aren't a pirate, you just turn them over, and sometimes you get a bounty, and sometimes you don't.
Right.
Well, now I've got to figure out why the hell I was on a pirate ship.
Yeah, why the hell we are like? Oh, we know we're.
Well, I know why you were on the pirate ship. You were on the pirate ship because you were getting this flock away from the bunch of.
The coast, yeah.
Leon will point out the ship's name, the Siren Song. The island that orients from is called the Isle of Siren's Tears. So there's the similar word between those two. That's much of a connection as Leon can make.
But I believe, yeah, I believe even we need to find this ship because I believe I lost the orb there. Maybe we might find it. I'm not sure.
Maybe. I mean, that's definitely another lead you guys have. I mean, you guys definitely have more information now than you did before.
Oh yeah, the world's more.
Yeah, you have a ton more information, but you still don't have any answers, right?
So
Questions, fewer answers.
Yeah.
yeah, so next morning we continue our way to Emery.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me check the time here real quick.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot longer than I can go.
Yeah, it's 5:30. So, with you guys getting up, so you guys do all that research kind of stuff in the during the rest of the day, and then we will call it there so you guys can get a fresh start next week, waking up and making your trek to Emery, because it is probably another week and a half to 2 weeks before you guys, like a week and a half, at least two, from where you guys.
I was going to say, having had a look at the map, it's a bit of a trek.
Yeah, it's a bit of a trek. Now, you might find, I mean, just depends on which way you go. You might head to the coastline and see if you can find another ship and, hitch a ride or something. There might be villages along the way. This is just like I said, this is the basic map that you guys got. It's like, here's what we have. So, with that, we're going to call it, and then we're going to do like we always do, and we're going to do our affirmations. I think everybody had a good session today. Had a lot of stuff that every character, every one of your characters got to do some stuff today. So we'll start with you today, Sai. Your favorite Echo moment today?
I spent quite a lot of the session feeling like mum. And then I felt an enormous amount of self-restraint, not brutally murdering with goblins.
And I appreciate you for that.
I think my favorite Echo moment was just the kind of going up and healing Dan, and the kind, just looking at you all. I told you so. What the fuck do you think you're doing?
Robert, your favorite Echo moment?
Yeah, no, just the mom on the beach. It's like the one mom got cornered into taking all the neighborhood kids to the beach. We just had to sit there not having any fun at all, just making sure we don't kill ourselves.
Yeah.
That was fun.
David?
I realized when we were in Stillwater, and there was just this moment of like every member of the party spiraling. Like Leon's decided, I'm gonna go spearfishing in this incredibly tiny fishing fountain, and was talking to his patron and started having an existential crisis. And Orion was just like, I'm going to obsessively, compulsively pack and repack my bag to make sure that we have all the supplies we need for the journey ahead of us. And I was just like, I'm gonna play some soothing Enya music to calm me down.
And it worked.
Yeah, and it worked. It worked. Madame?
I'm Robert, and I like the moment when she tried to calm, because Orion that moment, his mind is gonna leave me, but for Echo, no. You're gonna stay. You'll like it. You know when I shout, I'm gonna leave the home, and the mother said, no, you're not leaving. You're gonna come with us.
I don't want to stay here. I'm going to leave. No, you're coming with us.
I like that moment.
I'm beginning to suspect that Echo is far, far older than her physical form would suggest.
Yes.
350 or 400 years old, kind of old.
Yeah. I enjoyed the like Madame said, I enjoyed the part where Echo kind of put her foot down and said, no, you're look, I know you're scared, I know you're concerned about the rest of the party, but no, you're not going anywhere. You're staying with us because we're the only ones who know you. Right? Like that kind of sense of togetherness that Echo brings to the party is something that I always really enjoy. That and always the mom just like, yeah, okay, yeah, I'm just gonna watch these three idiots and wait for one of them to get hurt. And like you specifically said, I'm prepping healing word and waiting for them to get hurt. Like that was like I'm just gonna. Robert, your favorite Leon moment today?
I highly enjoy Leon's method of investigating and searching things. Multiple times. Well, let's find out what's inside.
Is there more inside?
Faced with the choice of knowing or not knowing, Leon would rather know.
I think that's a thing that Dan and you both share in common. What's behind the door? I've got to know what's behind the door.
I love Leon's persistence, where it's like, okay, I tried opening this thing, it's not working. I'll pull on it harder, and that will work. We've had a second bottom. I wonder if there's a third hidden bottom underneath the second bottom. Like that just drive to just keep going. So like, see how that same instinct like drives him in combat,
Yeah.
where he's just pushing on and hitting harder and just with his like focus and competence
Yeah.
with weaponry. But then that also applies to just out of combat role playing moments of just can we dig deeper on this?
One
Yeah.
thing at a time to completion. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, that's one of the things I love is I love how he approaches basically every problem as a fight to be fought.
yeah.
It's literally I'm going to keep on smacking my way away at this problem until it submits to my will.
Although to be fair, I don't know. The score right now is Leon 3, Inanimate Objects 6. So I mean, he is behind the curve against the inanimate objects, but you're still in the fight. You're still in the
No,
fight.
just enough successes to keep him interested.
Yes, that's
Leon doesn't remember the failures.
no.
Looking to Leon and doing orient the moment like that's just I cannot open it. I will look to person who can open it, and Leon, no, we cannot. I'm forced it.
Yeah.
And like for me, I believe like I give my idea of that Orient looking, some some shit will happen and like not coming in his face like.
It's like, yeah, yeah. For me, it's Orient is always looking at somebody else other than Leon to do something, and then when it doesn't work, he's like, "Fuck, Leon's going to do it." Okay, like there's that realization like that the party has is like, if we don't do this, Leon's going to try, right? Like,
And they're gonna use force.
yeah,
And it might hurt him. I'll hurt someone else.
yeah,
I'll hurt everybody. Yeah.
It's going to have permanent consequences.
yes.
There is no half measures.
Yes, I hope you didn't need whatever container you're opening later. Like that's
Yeah.
Leon's like, I can get it open. Well, it won't look good, but I'll get it open. It'll come open. Like, Manam, your favorite Orient moment?
He becomes selfish somehow. Like in natural, Orient is not selfish. He will try to give and help, but at that moment, I'm thinking how I make this character selfish, and I did it by saying no. That's it. While when Echo tried to, can you give me a sword?
Yeah.
No.
Nope.
And try to shout? Nope. That's it. And it short the word, and he's like. And the second moment I liked when it felt like kind of break down that he feel everything his fault because the town gets attacked by because of him, and they're searching for one person, they attack entire town, and multiple people get hurt because of him. And the third thing is the way the mentality he become that thing in my hand he can do something awesome, and let me try it. And he done try it.
Yeah. Sai.
Yeah, I really liked Orient. He kind of trying to be furtive, trying to be kind of sneaky and devious, and he's just blatantly obvious even when he's trying to be sneaky and devious. He's such an open, really nice character that he finds it impossible to be kind of sneaky and deep. And I kind of loved that about him. And it was the way that he was kind of like, here, show me the sword. It was like, show me the dagger. It's like, no. It's like, okay. In my head, I'm going, okay, that's not suspicious. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
And mental note to self, I want to find out more about that dagger.
Yeah.
Because that's the first time he's ever said no, and it's like, okay, there's something special here.
Yeah. Robert.
I just remember back to the beginning of the session where he wakes up and first thing I gotta leave you guys. He's still looking out in the interest of the party, even if it means setting out off on his own in order to protect us.
David.
I really loved him opening up the lockbox underwater realizing that like the water had started to flow into the box and just like slamming it shut again. And then when Leon was helping him drag it back, Leon made a comment about like, this is really heavy. It's almost like it's full of water. And Orion was just like, well, it's been under the water for weeks, so that's probably why. Definitely that.
Definitely has nothing to do with the fact that I opened it. Like right here. I really liked the shift in Orient. Like you said, especially it's more of a Manam thing than it is an Orient thing. You've come a long way, and I want to give you credit for. You're a newer player, and your ability to make the kind of character adjustments that you've needed to make based on the story is phenomenal. Like Robert said, the waking up and saying, "Oh, look, I'm going to put you guys first," and then, the realization that this is mine. I'm going to keep, that subtle shift into, maybe this is the darker part of Orient that he kind of got shown or was alluded to in previous episodes, kind of poking its head back out a little bit. I really enjoyed that. So that's I really, I'm always a big fan of that kind of stuff. David.
And I hate it, by the way.
Yeah.
It was a moment that happened fairly early on, but when we got back to Cliffside, and that Ken made the point of like, oh, I thought the little one would have died by now. And it's like, we were back where we started, and like early on there really was that like concern the entire party had for Dan, and it's Dan getting to have this moment of being like, no, I'm the heavy hitter. Yeah. I haven't gone down in combat. Yeah, I'm keeping everyone alive.
Dan doing a little humble bragging there, right? Manam, your favorite Dan moment?
But before the fun fact that I believe, if I'm not forget, I believe only Dan who not knocked unconscious yet, because everyone gets knocked unconscious.
Yes. Yes.
So,
Dan is the only one that hasn't gone down yet.
Yeah. So I like the moment that when he care about, like he has the problem, like the second one, Orient, I'm gonna give this dagger to him, and no, I'm not give. Then Dan come and I'm gonna give you this seaweed, and as like if you want, like I'm not gonna stop you to leave, but at least if you left, you're gonna remember us as a friend. And I like that moment he talked, like I felt, god damn, it's awesome, like it's cool. I felt like, wow, that's awesome. And yeah, I liked that. And I felt that, yeah, like I like the moment he started to give up these stooges, the goblins. Like Orient doesn't know that, but as me, like, I feel like, yeah, Dan starts giving up on him. And I hope he have some understanding, because I believe Orient, the first one who's like,
yeah,
nope.
Orient was definitely was ahead of the curve on the. Okay, I'm not dealing with this.
Yeah. So.
Sai, your favorite Dan moment?
There are a number of them. I did like Dan's moment with Orient. I thought that was really nice. I think Dan's starting to get a kind of, he's becoming more confident in his ability to control the power that he's got, but he's not quite there yet. So there's this interesting kind of like, there are a couple of moments when he's like, nah! And then there's other moments when it's like, yeah, I'm fine, no problem, and I'm gonna power my way through it. I like that as well.
Robert?
I like it. Started Cliffside, I think, where somebody offers to sell him a mule. Dan doesn't really want the mule, but wait, it could help the goblins. Well, he starts putting together a plan of getting a mule for the goblins, help teaching them how to farm their corn, get them set up for the future. Then we get there, and just it's all of a sudden, oh no, this is not going to work at all. Realization just sinks in. These goblins are going to starve to death.
They're all gonna die.
I just like that. I started with a real good idea, seemed you're kind of excited about it, and then just the, oh no, why don't you try to
Yeah,
teach them that?
yeah. Reality kind of stepped in and went, no, I don't think so. Mine was actually the point where Dan wanted to help Orient and Leon, but had no idea how. Like that's not something that's in like the feats of athleticism and strength are not his forte, and he's like trying to figure out how to be more productive outside of combat, and not just opening doors. And the realization that Dan just charges in like, okay, I'm gonna do. Oh wait, like I'm 2 feet tall. These the water's 4 feet deep. Like I just the sudden realization is like, oh yeah, I do have limitations. Like I can't just do this. And that kind of thing. And then of course Dan's interaction with the goblins of the hopeless realization that this is not going to work the way he wanted to, and then when Leon brought up the mushrooms and Dan resurging back to his hopeful optimism of, well, yeah, they could do that. That's a thing that they could do. Goblins can harvest mushrooms and they could build it in a home. Like there was just that momentary lapse for a couple of minutes that Dan was just like, oh no, they're all gonna die, and then his youthful optimism comes back. He's like, oh no, they can do this, and he feels better about it. So I always love that. I always love that kind of thing. And now we'll go to the DM NPC story moment that you guys enjoyed the most. We'll start with Manon this time.
I like how you give the idea of the character what he is like, the feeling, what he feel now at this moment, because when you give the idea that, as I said about the dagger, and you are selfish and you want to keep those things to yourself, and there are moments that, hey, this guy gonna steal your dagger, and it feel awesome, and it's like the character bad, but I mean it feels good that they're guide, and it gives good idea for the character. And I like how you make Dan give up. Like the way you play the goblin is awesome, and the way even Dan start to give up on them. So yeah, I like that moment, and
Well,
I
cool.
believe them. Yeah, I believe like only the NPC that we met are the goblin at this moment.
Sai?
I do love the interactions with the goblins as much as I really hate goblins.
Yeah.
The interactions with them are always kind of really good fun. That was probably definitely the goblins are my of all of your NPCs so far.
Yeah.
You
You guys do have a shine for the you guys do have a shine on for the goblins.
They are definitely amongst my favorites.
Yeah. Any story moments or other moments? I know you guys love the goblins. I try to throw them in.
I like how we're beginning to be able to piece a little bit more of the bigger picture together. I like how there's been a few additional bits of information that we can start to think about and start to piece together. And I don't feel like we're learning things at too slow a rate. I feel like we're getting just enough information when we need it in order to really help us drive the story along.
Cool.
Yeah, I think it was a very sort of careful decision at the start of the session to sort of give us that indication of like all signs are pointing towards Emery. You have multiple reasons why you need to go there, and then once we've actually set off on the road, we're then finding more context for the fact that once we get to Emery, we then have about 3 or 4 different paths we can branch out onto to explore, depending on what we decide our priorities are. And as far as character moments, I really liked the entire scenic cliffside. It was just a nice variety, this like nostalgic thing to go back to the first town, and the fact that they were like, yeah, we've been fixing the cart you made. We've been giving it actual wheels.
Yes.
Having the interaction with the guy selling the mule, like, there were just a lot of fun little character moments.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just to echo everybody on the plot, I think it's really coming together, and we're starting to we're pulling at that thread, and it's revealing more and more. And just the way that it's flowing just seems so organic and natural, and the way that it's tied into each of our characters is it's just got me really. I'm trying to think of the word, just really invested, I guess.
Yeah.
And I think it's wonderful how it's unfolding.
Oh, thank you, because that's one of the hardest things, I think, for me as a DM. To pacing is really hard, because pacing for games like this has to take in multiple considerations. One, pacing for the characters themselves, and then pacing for the stream audience, so they stay invested as well. So those are, sometimes they're at odds with each other, sometimes they align. So finding that good balance, and the other balance is not giving away too much information and not keeping too much information away from you, to just give you enough to let you guys make this decisions. Because a lot of this stuff is based on your guys' decisions on what you want to do with the information. So those are, I like to give you guys more options, because then you guys will just make story happen like you did today. You guys could have just gone straight to Emery, right? You'd be like, oh, we're going to Emery, and just hiked your way straight to Emery and not gone back to Cliffside, not gone back to the wreckage, not done any of that, and which would have been fine, but it wouldn't have been as story enriching to me, which is what I love about playing with you guys, because you guys are always you're always, I think you guys have some of the best grasps on what your characters are doing and what their motivations are, that I've seen in a really long time from a lot of players. So I really appreciate that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
By the way, like as I said before, like I feel it's thanks to the DM, because their connection, thanks to the connection you give us, I feel like when we give the what they call it, the personality of the character, and you start to connect every character to the story plot, and we ourselves, like, we start to move, like we feel what our character really feels.
Yeah.
Thanks to you and the way you play the story, and the connection of the, I don't know, I'm sorry, I cannot, it is in my, like I can't say
The
it.
connection of the world and the characters to the world.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's it. Yeah, and how everyone plays their character. This is the reason that I feel like we are really as playing as characters, like Robert when he play Leon, Sai when he play Echo, David, and everyone have their way, and it's not like we did it, like it doesn't feel like random, or it is out
Yeah.
of things.
Just
No,
a bunch of
it
people playing a game. It feels like an actual narrative. So
Yeah, no, it is like it
Yeah.
is the, like it feel like it is written before. And it's like that.
oh, I wish that would make my job so much easier if I had a book. I could just flip through the pages like, oh, here's what's coming next. But I don't. I wish that was the case. So, couple of announcements. It looks like we're well on our way to forcing me to perform karaoke live. I don't know what I set. I think I set that at like 35 or 32,000, and I think David's already put in almost 10. So we had a couple more put in there as well. So we can look forward to that. We're still taking donations for Extra Life as always. We are going to have, I'm going to start probably the middle of next month. I will be having map packs put on the Patreon to start doing that. I'm also going to We still have the What Lies Ahead still needs some more players. The prison game will start looking for players probably right after Valentine's Day. About the middle of February as well. And then we are going to start. I'm going to start streaming some more map building. I got some new cool computer stuff. I got a new case, which is beautiful and awesome, and I got it for a really nice price. It is silent, so that's awesome. My other one was really, really quiet, but this one is nearly silent. I have to double check to make sure the lights are on to make sure it's like it's like it's still right. Like it is supremely quiet, and I appreciate that. Yeah, and so does my wife when I'm playing up here and she's sleeping. So she appreciates the fact that she can't hear the 7 fans that are in it right now. And as always, you guys can see us on Patreon. You can see us on YouTube, Twitch. I have started a Facebook page which will be up sometime next week or so. For more information, I'm going to have a website started here in the next couple weeks. Probably that'll probably be the first week of February, where you'll be able to find all the links to all of our stuff, plus all of our merch and all of our new merch, thanks to our new sponsors, Dirty Dips Hydrographics. And I need to switch cameras real quick here so I can do this to make it look like it's. Hey Nat, we're just finishing up. I'm doing a thing here. I'm switching my camera over to the regular camera so I can show off some of my new stuff here. This is one of the new hydrograph dipped mugs that I got. I don't know how clear that is with the lighting and whatnot. So we were going to be starting doing that. We will have our logo, and on the site, you will also, like Nat, you can also order stuff from the site with your logo and stuff on it. We can get that printed up. That'll be, like I said, probably mid-February when the site will be up for all of our merch and all that stuff. So yeah, we're looking to expand. We're at just under 100. We're just shy of 2. I think we're like 42, 43 followers away from 200. If we hit 200, I am going to 200 followers. I am going to go ahead and give away a player's handbook, a DMG, and a monster manual, physical copies. So at 200 followers. So if you guys can get there, tell your friends to stop by, because physical copies are good. There's nothing like I'm a physical copy kind of person. I have everything on the computer, but I still, more often than not, crack open. I have the stack of books right here. I crack open the books looking for information most of the time. Then the feel of a good book in your hand that cannot be beat. Like I said, thanks to our sponsor, Comic Book World, who will be supplying said books and said dice. Since we hit, because we'll hit 150, we should hit 150. I think we did today. I'm not sure. I'll have to look at the stats. At 150 followers, I'm giving away a set of dice, so we'll check the stats there and give those dice away. At the 50 subscriber mark, I am going to be giving away a full block, which is a 6-pack, I believe, of minis. So it'll be 6 of these, I believe, come in a block. So at 50 subscribers, I'll give away a whole block of these. Each of these, the minis come with 3 or 4 minis. This was 4, so it'll be 24 figures in a block. I'll give one of those away at the 50 subscriber mark. Also, I would like everybody to check out Nat30. She's in the channel right now, so woot woot Nat. Check out Nat30s on their page. Go see Tabletop Misfits on Sunday nights at 5 p.m. Eastern time, I believe. Whoa! Okay. Thanks, Nat. Wow. Whew. Okay. Feeling the love there. That's... somebody wants a block of minis. That's what Nat is. That's shooting for minis. She loves minis. Appreciate it, Izzy. Yeah, go check out Tabletop Misfits at Sunday nights. Their starting soon screen, their welcome back screen, and their overlay were done by me with some help with my daughter, Miss M. So you can check them out. Go check out their past streams over there. It's tabletop _ Misfits. You check them out. Really bunch of good people over there. They've only been streaming for a couple of weeks, about a month or so. They're already an affiliate. They've got a nice community over there, and they're part of the GUI network. So check those guys out. They're great. As always, don't forget to check out DM the Mark Knight. Check us out on Discord. Check out his Discord. Check out Nat's Discord. And have a great night. Yeah, everybody wants to play with minis. I don't know. Does this count as a mini? I'm not sure. Does this count as a mini? Is this the right size for that? I'm not sure. Yes, my wife, to tell you how much I love my wife bought that for me for my birthday. Almost 15 years or so ago. That's the original Great Worm Red Dragon. Apparently it's really hard to get a hold of one because even out of the box, she spent $70 on that. Out of the box now it goes for about 200 because it's really rare. It's one of the originals. So it's sitting on the table over here fighting my medieval spawn on horseback. So I love collectibles. So yeah, I'm a big fan of giving those away. I'm going to be hopefully I'll be partnering with, there's a couple of guys that do paintings and figurines. Hopefully I'll be able to set up a good partnership with them as well. Maybe get some custom minis made for our viewers. Maybe get one made of this group who doesn't have a name yet. By the way, the group doesn't have they don't have a good name yet. I think if Echo had to pick the name, I think it would be Don't Touch That. Or something along those lines. But like I said, I'm gonna get off here. It's been a long, yeah. No touchy. No touchy. I'm gonna put that thing back where it came from, or so help me. You guys have been great again. Please don't forget to donate to the stream. You can do so at Patreon. You can do so through the donation bar, and you can subscribe if you have a Amazon Prime subscription. You can subscribe directly with that for free. We'd love that. Don't forget to send your friends over. And with that being said, signing out here from Blue Cheese Room on the dark side of the moon. This has been Oblivion Unchained. I am the Loophole King, and may all your draws be lands, and may all your rolls be crits. Goodbye, everybody.
Good evening.